Good morning. Buongiorno. A warm welcome to each one of you to the International Conclave on Mainstreaming Climate Change into International Fisheries Governance and Strengthening of Fisheries Management Measures in the Indo-Pacific region, jointly organized by Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, Italy, the Department of Fisheries under the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying, Government of India, and the Intergovernmental Organization, Bay of Bengal Program, BOBP. भारतीय मत्स्य पालन पशुपालन और डायरी मंत्रालय का मत्स्य पालन विभाग और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठन FAO और अंतर सरकारी संगठन BOBP द्वारा संयोजित महत्वपूर्ण इंटरनेशनल कार्यक्रम के उद्घाटन में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत। May I request the August gathering to raise for the state invocation, Tamil Thai Varthu.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் மதனமென நிகழ்வரத கண்டனிதில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमया, lead us from darkness to light. इस महत्वपूर्ण समारोह में दीप प्रज्वलित करके उद्घाटन करने के लिए हम माननीय केंद्रीय मत्स्य पालन मंत्री श्री पुरुषोत्तम जी रूपाला जी को आदरपूर्व आमंत्रित करें. To do the honors of lighting the auspicious lamp and inaugurating the function, may I now respectfully invite our Honorable Union Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Sri Purushottam Rupala ji, and all the dignitaries on the dais. I now cordially invite Dr. L. Narasimhamurthy, the Chief Executive of National Fisheries Development Board, NFDB, to deliver the address. Welcome address. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Vanakkam, sabhi ko mera namaskar. Good morning to all. I request Dr. P. Krishnan, Director BOBP, IGO, to welcome dignitaries and dais by offering flower bouquets. Dr. Krishna. First, so let us welcome Honorable Union Minister for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, Sri Parshottam Rupala sir. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Abhilash Likki, Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Government of India. Welcome you, sir. Mrs. Neetu Prasad, Joint Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Government of India. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. J.K. Janna, Deputy Director General, Fisheries, ICR. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Takayuki Hagiwara, FAO representative in India. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Piero Manini, Senior Fisheries Officer, FAO. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Darius Campbell, Chair of the Regional Fisheries Body, Secretariat Network. Thank you, Dr. Krishnan. Senior officers and scientists who have come from Bangladesh, Maldives, and Sri Lanka of our neighboring countries, welcome you all, and distinguished guests from around the world, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a warm welcome to the International Conclave on Mainstreaming Climate Change into International Fisheries Governance and the Strengthening of Fisheries Management Measures in the Indo-Pacific region, hosted here in the beautiful city of Mahabalipuram. I am truly honored to stand before you today as we embark on this crucial journey to address the pressing challenges facing our marine ecosystems and fisheries management. Before we delve into the program, let me briefly describe the event and its side events. International Conclave has three major components. First one, FAO meeting on mainstreaming climate change into international fisheries, governance and strengthening the fisheries management measures in the Indo-Pacific regional. Brainstorming session on India's preparedness for adapting to climate change in marine fisheries. Special scoping workshop on mainstreaming life for fisheries management. I would like to welcome to the Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, Government of India, Sri Parshottam Rupala sir, for graciously consenting to participate in this workshop. Your presence signifies a significant milestone in our shared mission to safeguard the marine resources and livelihoods. I warm welcome to Dr. Abhilash Likki, Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Government of India. Your expertise and support have been instrumental in making this workshop a success. I also wish to thank the Joint Secretary, Ms. Neetu Prasad, for constant support and encouragement. I thank the FAO for having chosen to organize this important workshop in India. Dr. Takayuki Hagiwara, FAO representative to India, Dr. Piero Manini, Senior Fisheries Officers, FAO, and the team for traveling all the way from Rome to attend this conclave. The geographical coverage of the scope of this workshop in the Indo-Pacific region, and I welcome all the heads of the regional fisheries bodies and all the participants. I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. J.K. Janna, Deputy Director General, ICR, and all the scientists and researchers and academicians. I welcome all ICR Fisheries Institute directors and who are attending this conclave and conference. Welcome to the press and media who have made to the event in good manner. In conclusion, I would like to once again welcome each and every one of you for the event. We wish you a great deliberation. Thank you.
Next, we have a couple of short video presentations on Government of India initiatives towards building resilience to marine fisheries. The first video is on PMMSY, Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, that is, Prime Minister's Fisheries Development Schemes. Over to the videos.
Fisheries and aquaculture are an important source of livelihood for 2.8 crore fishers and fish farmers in India. During the last 9 years, the Government of India has brought transformational changes in this sunrise sector to enhance the incomes of fishers and fish farmers and for holistic and sustainable development of the sector. Keeping the welfare of fishers and fish farmers at the core, the Government of India created a separate Department of Fisheries in February 2019, followed by the creation of a new Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying in June 2019. In line with the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision, the government is infusing substantial investments worth rupees 38,572 crore in the sector.
पहली बार देश में इतनी बड़ी व्यापक योजना बनाई गई है। आजादी के बाद इस पर जितना निवेश हुआ, उनसे भी कई गुना ज्यादा निवेश प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य संपदा योजना पर किया जा रहा है।
Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana happens to be the highest investment ever approved for fisheries and aquaculture, for enhancing production and productivity with infusion and adoption of technology, supported by creation and strengthening of fisheries infrastructure. Growing sustainably at an average of 8.6% per annum, the fisheries sector contributes around 7% to the agricultural GVA and more than 1% to the national GVA. The national fish production stood at an all-time high. In the past 9 years, India has doubled its inland fisheries and aquaculture production, as well as seafood exports, and seen a threefold increase of brackish water shrimp production, contributing enormously to the incomes of fishers and fish farmers. India's meteoric rise in the fisheries sector is an outcome of the hard work of our fishers and fish farmers, technological contribution of the scientific community around the supportive government policies. The government has been supporting marine fishermen with new boats and nets, deep sea fishing vessels, communication and safety devices for safety and security at sea, quality brood and seed programs, affordable feed, species diversification, cold chain infrastructure and modern fishing harbors and fish landing centers and marketing linkages. Prioritizing the well-being of fishers, fish farmers and fish workers, the government has brought them under financial and social security net with group accidental insurance coverage and provision of livelihood support during seasonal fish ban or lean period. In order to provide additional livelihood opportunities, cage culture, seaweed cultivation, ornamental fisheries and mussel cultivation are being promoted. For ensuring safety and security of fishermen at sea, indigenously developed vessel communication and support system by ISRO are being installed free of cost in 1 lakh fishing vessels for the fishermen to stay connected with their families and communicate with authorities in times of distress. To build fish stocks and augment the productivity of marine ecosystem, the government is taking up the initiatives of developing artificial reefs and promoting sea ranching. The government has also taken up river ranching on a large scale. The Government of India extended the Kisan credit card facility to fishers and fish farmers since 2018-19 to help them meet their working capital requirements. A fishers outreach program, Sagar Parikrama Yatra, led by Honorable Union Minister, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, has been initiated to meet fishers and fishing communities at their doorsteps, understand their issues and address the grievances of fishers, fish farmers, vendors, coastal women, workers and all stakeholders along the fisheries value chain. India's enterprising youth, especially in the rural and coastal areas, are readily taking up fisheries as an enterprise opportunity under PM-MSY and contributing towards employment generation. A strong fisheries startup ecosystem and incubators are encouraging entrepreneurs via competitive events like the Fisheries Startup Grand Challenge, The 12 most promising startups in the fisheries sector have been selected as the winners of this challenge and are being facilitated by the ministry. Today, India's fisheries sector is proudly treading ahead to become Atmanirbhar, as envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister, striving towards a progressive fisheries sector, playing a critical role in building our nation. We are further tapping its potential to reach newer heights in a sustainable manner, ushering in economic prosperity.
We now move on to the second video on Sagar Parikrama, the brainchild of Honorable Fisheries Minister, a unique outreach program of the Department of Fisheries, Government of India, where our Honorable Union Fisheries Minister of Fisheries travels the entire coastline stretch of the country to delve deeply into the issues of fishers and communities, to initiate steps to resolve the issues and to disseminate the information on government schemes and programs straight to fisher folks, stakeholders and communities. 9 phases of Sagar Parikrama have been completed with a visit of 91 locations and journey of 4,000 kilometers in 9 maritime states and union territories. Over to the video.
तट रेखा के रखवारे हम, तूफानों से नहारे हम। तट रेखा के रखवारे हम, तूफानों से नहारे। संतान सिंधु की मछुआरे हम, अपनी मेहनत और हिम्मत से हर मुश्किल को पार किया। सरकार का हमको साथ मिला, हर सपने को साकार किया। अमृत महोत्सव आया है, रंग आजादी का छाया है। नए भारत को अब मिल करके गढ़ने का मौका आया है। साथ साथ मिलके आगे बढ़ने का है यह समा। हम शक्ति दूत है शांति के, हम वाहक नीली क्रांति के। समृद्ध करे मत्स्य संपदा भारत की हर भांति से।
जो अपना पालन हारा है, छवि जिसकी हर मछुआरा है। उस जीवन दाता सागर को शत शत नमन हमारा है।
आओ कहो मिलके समुद्र देव नमो नमः। आत्मनिर्भर हर मछुआरा तट रेखा प्रगतिवान बने। सुरक्षा जीविका और विकास मछुआरों की पहचान बने।
एक नया सवेरा आया है, किया वादा जो निभाया है। मछुआरों की प्रगति के लिए हर संभव कदम उठाया है।
इसी हौसले के चलते लहरों पे है हम रवां।
big round of applause, please. Well, it's time to set the context of the international workshop. We are honored to have here with us our distinguished guest, international guest, Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara, FAO representative to India. Dr. Piero Manini, Senior Liaison Officer, FAO Rome, and Dr. Darius Campbell, Chair, RFB Secretariats Network. Over to Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara for the special address.
Namaste. Honorable Minister, Mr. Rupara, great to see you here again. Thank you very much for your participation. And Dr. Leakey, Department of Fisheries, Ministry of Fisheries and Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Takayuki Hagiwara. It's long, so please call me Taka, T-A-K-A. It's very easy to remember me as if you see that the currency of Bangladesh, so it's my name. I, on behalf of FAO, cordially welcome you to this important event in Chennai. Here in Chennai, we have the Bay of Bengal program, and there is no other appropriate place in India to hold this event. I became the FAO representative in India around end of May this year. Actually, Dr. Krishnan was my first guest who visited my office after I took the office. And thank you very much for Dr. Krishnan for being my first guest and such a great host of this event, and a good partner of FAO. With success of the G20, India is now recognized as the Global South leader. Due to the rapid growth of economy and India being the largest democracy, everyone in the world is keen to learn how India will develop and deal with the many difficult issues. I believe India can and will soon be a global torchbearer for many difficult issues that we face now. Traditionally, FAO has been leading the international efforts to end hunger and poverty by sustainably using the natural resources while supporting member countries to increase the agriculture productivity, facilitate access to food, improve the nutrition, raise living standards, and promote sustainable development. There are so many areas in which FAO and India can work together, and together we can achieve a lot. However, we are behind on the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the world is facing many global crises that undermine food and nutrition security. Big challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, degradation of natural resources, and socio-political conflicts stands in our ways to achieve the SDG. If India can't achieve the SDGs, and many of the SDG indicators will not be met. So currently, FAO and United Nations as a whole are working hard to collaborate with the government of India to get back on the right course to achieve the SDG. FAO advocates agri-food system transformation. the Green Revolution brought us a significant benefits to the area of produce production. And since then, we have also made advances in the area of value chain development and other agriculture-related areas. However, we have realized that our effort to improve the efficiency and bringing agricultural products from farm to fork have proven to be insufficient, especially in the face of climate change and deteriorated natural resources base. We have recognized that the importance of a holistic approach to the issue of food and agriculture. Therefore, we need to shift our focus from simple food production and value chain development to agri-food system, while addressing the issue of inclusiveness and empowerment of women and other disadvantaged groups. The event we are opening today is in line with this vision. It is focused on the aquatic food and will contribute to what is referred as the blue transformation. Aquatic food have been recognized as having a critical role in addressing hunger. Compared to the other land-based animal protein production, aquatic food systems generally have lower environmental footprints and can efficiently produce diverse food. Furthermore, they contain essential micronutrients to address malnutrition. My fishery colleagues here in FAO are world experts, and they will tell you more about this in this event. I would like to stress the importance of scale and an investment that support scaling up. FAO is fostering global partnerships to create enabling environment and catalyze public and private investment in blue transformation, which calls for a wider participation of the private sector. In closing, let me highlight that without aquatic food, we will not end hunger. And unless we end hunger, the SDG will remain out of the reach. India is the birthplace of Green Revolution and the White Revolution. And today, let's witness the birth of the Blue Revolution here in Chennai, India. And please join us forces to transform agri-food system by making a big push for sustainable and climate-resilient blue transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hagiwara, for the special address and context setting of the international workshop. We are now pleased to invite Dr. Manini to give his special address.
Good morning. This statement is on behalf of Mr. Manuel Barange, Director of the Fishery and Aquaculture Division at the FAO headquarters in Rome. Your Excellency, Mr. Purushottam Rupala, Union Minister of Fishery and Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Dr. Abdulakish Liki, Secretary, Department of Fishery, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Mr. Takayuki Akigara, Mr. Taka, for FAO representative in India, Excellencies and colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. Climate change is projected to impact broadly across ecosystems, societies and economies, increasing pressure on all livelihoods and food supplies, including those in fish and aquaculture sector. Climate change is modifying the distribution of marine and freshwater species. In general, species are being displaced toward the poles and are experiencing change in the size and productivity of their habitat, seasonality of biological process. Sea level rise, glacier melting, ocean acidification, change in precipitation, groundwater, and river flows will significantly affect many ecosystems, including coral reefs, wetlands, rivers, lakes, and estuaries. Climate change will have potentially significant impacts on the four dimensions of food security. Availability of aquatic foods will vary through changes in habitat, stock, and species distribution. Stability of supply will be impacted by change in seasonality, increased variance in ecosystem productivity, and increased supply variability and risk. Access to aquatic food will be affected by change in livelihoods and fishing or farming opportunities. And utilization of aquatic products will also be impacted, and for example, some society and communities will need to adjust to species not traditionally consumed. Not all climate change impact will necessarily be negative. Redistribution of fish stock may mean that one country's loss is another gain. There are major projected change in maximum fisheries catch potential, namely the maximum catch potential of fisheries is projected to decrease by 24% by 2100. These mask differences across regions and countries. For instance, marine ecosystems in the tropical areas are projected to have a decrease of up to 40% in maximum catch potential, and areas in the high latitudes are projected to have a 30–70% increase in catch potential. Regional fisheries management organization and regional fisheries advisory body, which are collectively referred to as regional fishery bodies, are increasingly aware of the challenge posed by climate change. And some have initiated action, ranging from public awareness-raising initiatives, policies, management plans, projects, and other initiatives. However, there is a consensus that most organizations have difficulty in engaging in the topic of climate change, despite the existence of good science. For instance, according to relevant discussion during the 9th Regional Fishery Body Secretariat Network meeting, which was held at the FAO headquarters in September 2022. In this context, the 35th session of the FAO Committee on Fisheries, COFFI, which is the decision-making body governing issues related to aquatic food, requested that the FAO develop guidance on climate-resilient fisheries management, and as a part of the solution, convene workshop with regional fisheries body. One of these workshops, the first one, I'm pleased to say, then it will be here in this beautiful town of Chennai, and currently hosted by the government of India. The work on regional fishery bodies and climate change is expected to build on and add to the FAO existing portfolio of activities to support countries and communities in adapting aquatic food systems to climate change impact. These include a comprehensive review of impacts of climate change on the aquatic food sector and the development of a FAO adaptation toolbox for fishery and aquaculture. One commonly identified climate change adaptation option is that stronger, more comprehensive management frameworks are needed to help regional fishery bodies address the impact of climate change. Moreover, rapidly changing environmental conditions could limit the usefulness of historical comparison that scientists use to understand and contextualize to assess the stock status and trends, potentially increasing uncertainty inherent to the stock assessment. Therefore, the ability of regional fishery body to adapt is essential to foster adequate response to climate concern. It is evident that the difficulties of managing stocks, fishery stocks, and species which cross biologically arbitrary geopolitical legal jurisdiction line will only increase as species distribution change. Cooperation is a third area that is challenged by climate change and that will require increased effort if we want to assure successful adaptation. Cooperation is a central theme of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, especially with respect to the high sea fisheries management. And I'm referring to the well-known principle of duty to cooperate of state when exploiting shared stocks. In conclusion, climate change is and will remain a fundamental issue facing regional fishery bodies for the foreseeable future. The change underway in the ocean is dramatic, and subsequent impacts to marine species, ecosystem, and human health and well-being are very likely to be substantial. Addressing this risk is a complex, high-stakes, and urgent challenge. The challenge of climate change can thus be viewed not just as a question of ecosystem resilience, but also of the institutional robustness and resilience of multilateral governance regime charged with the conservation and management of international fisheries. In closing, I wish to extend my thanks to those in the Bay of Bengal program, in the Department of Fisheries of the Government of India, and in the FAO who have worked together to make the organization of this international meeting possible. Special thanks are due to the Republic of India for hosting this event. Thank you very much for your attention.
That was a special address by Dr. Piero Menini, Senior Liaison Officer, FAO Rome. Thank you, sir. Time to listen to the special address by Dr. Campbell, the Chair of RFB Secretariat's Network. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Namaste and Vanakkam. Honorable Union Minister of Fisheries and Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Dr. Leakey, Secretary General of the Department of Fisheries, and Mr. Hajiwara from the FAO representation in India. Your Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As co-chair of the Regional Fisheries Bodies Secretariats Network, I want to add our thanks to the Department of Fisheries at the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, the Government of India, the Bay of Bengal Programme Intergovernmental Organization, and the Chennai National Dairies Development Board for hosting us in this beautiful location, and also especially to say to Dr. Krishnan and his team, thank you for all your hard work in preparing this. The Regional Bodies Secretariats Network, which I co-chair alongside Manu Tuparosan from the Pacific Islands Forum Fisheries Agency, is a network of over 50 fisheries bodies. That is a wide variety of regional fisheries management organizations, regional fisheries bodies, and other intergovernmental mechanisms and arrangements that deal with fisheries. Its members are spread right across the world, so including the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, as well as the Antarctic and the Arctic. And those various bodies are aiming to manage fisheries in a sustainable way in the face of many different pressures, which of course include climate change. And of course, we acknowledge, as secretariats of these organizations, that we do not make policy, but it's our member countries that make the policy making and then lay out those policies and implement them. So it is those countries that do everything that needs to be done within these regions. And therefore, it's very encouraging also to see that there is a national brainstorming session on India's preparedness for adapting to climate change in marine fisheries as an important part of this few days of meetings. At the Regional Secretariats Network, we meet together in the margins of the FAO's Fisheries Committee, and that meets every 2 years. But also, more recently, we've been pushing to do more events together between the members of the RSN between these sessions. And this is so that we can share learning and training, we can share our experiences and cooperate with each other over our oceans and fisheries, which of course are very much joined up right across the world. And I have a personal interest in climate change from my own career, so I'm very happy to see this FAO workshop on mainstreaming climate change into international fisheries governance being held here for the Indo-Pacific region. And you may not be aware, but there's another workshop planned for the Atlantic region, my region, later. But this gives this workshop the opportunity to highlight its important trend-setting discussions that you will hold here first for the Indo-Pacific region. I'm also the secretary of the Northeast Atlantic Fisheries Commission that deals with the fisheries right across all the countries of Europe, extending to Russian and Norwegian and Greenlandic waters. And we are also facing the challenge of climate change and the impacts on our fisheries. And we're also facing the challenge of knowing how to respond in fisheries management. So again, we are one with you in your discussions and hope that we can learn from what you develop at the FAO workshop here. And indeed from the national brainstorming on India's preparedness for adapting to climate change in marine fisheries. So I wish us all success in the meetings of the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell, for context setting of the international workshop. Well, we now move on to take a look at the initiatives from India for climate resilient marine fisheries. Officials at the helm of various ministries in India will present the initiatives of their respective ministries. At the outset, I cordially invite Ms. Neetu Kumari Prasad, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying of Fish India.
Honorable
Government
Minister
of
of
India.
Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Mr. Purushottam Rupala, sir. Union Fisheries Secretary, Dr. Abhilaksh Lekhi, sir. Dr. J.K. Janna, Deputy Director General Fisheries ICAR. Dr. Takaku Havibara, FAO representative in India. Dr. Pero Manini, Senior Fisheries Officer, FAO. Dr. Darius Campbell, Chair of the Regional Fisheries Bodies Secretariat Network. Senior officers and scientists from different organizations in India and abroad. All the distinguished guests at the dais, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. A very warm good morning to all of you. We are privileged to have a participation in this international conclave, Climate Change and Sustainable Fisheries Management. I thank BOBP and FA for organizing this important chapter in India and beautiful city of Mahabalipuram. All of you are dealing with fisheries, and I presume you must be knowing and aware of how important role fisheries plays in the area of food, nutrition, employment and income for millions across the world global production. Fisheries and agriculture reached an all-time record of 215 million tons, worth about USD 424 billion. The global capture fisheries production, excluding algae, was 90.3 million tons with an estimated value of USD 141 billion, including 78.8 million tons from marine waters and 11.5 million tons from inland waters. It has shown a fall of 4% compared with the average of previous 3 years, and it shows the impact of climate change on fisheries is already being felt worldwide and is expected to become more severe in the future. Findings from FAO and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports have highlighted this trend. I need not say much about climate change and its effect and how it is badly affecting our resources, because everybody is aware. I will just harp upon the little impact government is making through its schemes and slowly taking steps for bringing environmental change and resilient measures. As per the IPC report, the impact of climate change on fisheries and aquaculture are unevenly distributed, with the poorest and vulnerable communities most affected. Therefore, an adaptation strategy should be developed, especially keeping the most vulnerable communities in mind, which are primarily in developing coastal nations and islands such as India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and Maldives. Keeping the pace with changing times, India has taken a slew of measures for sustainable and responsible development of the fishery sector in inclusive and equitable manner. All of you must, just now you have seen the PMMSY videos and Sagar Parikrama, and those are very small evidence of what India is taking, what India is doing for achieving this, achieving and attaining these measures. The major schemes being implemented by Department of Fisheries are the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, that is PMMSY, and the Fisheries and Aquaculture Infrastructure Development Funds. Through PMMSY, Government of India is promoting mariculture in cases, cultivation of seaweed, sea ranching, artificial reefs, bivalve and ornamental fisheries to reduce heavy dependence on capture fisheries and thus keeping the marine and river biodiversity system in balance. Moreover, our government has recently brought the Coastal Aquaculture Authority Amendment Act 2023, passed by the legislature to address sustainability issues in coastal aquaculture and putting a regulatory framework in place for responsible use of sea resources. Priority has also been given for securing and promoting the interests of traditional and small-scale fishers, marginal fish farmers and fish workers, and providing them social, physical, and economic security for the conservation and effective management of fishery resources and sea safety. The ministry is imposing a 61 days uniform ban on fishing by all fishing vessels in the Indian EEZ beyond territorial waters on the east coast and west coast in India during fish breeding period. India is also participating as lead partnership country in IMO FAO. The Glow Litter Partnership Project aims to prevent and reduce marine litter within the fisheries sector and identify opportunities for the reduction of plastic uses. Under PMMSY, the efforts are being made to design a fuel-efficient fishing vessel using solar energy, LPG and LNG. The Department of Fisheries is working towards upscaling seaweed farming and thereby capturing a blue carbon ecosystem, which is expected to reduce the pace of climate change and protect coastal communities from its harmful effect. India is partnering with all such countries which actively pursue sustainable forms of fishing to keep our resources safe for future generations. As I conclude, I once again thank all the delegates, officers, media personnel and other stakeholders. I believe this conclave will help all of us with deeper comprehension of how climate change affects fish stocks, and together we will be able to bring and figure out ways towards a sustainable ecosystem. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for elaborating on the developmental initiatives of the Fisheries Ministry. May I now respectfully invite Dr. J.K. Jaina, Deputy Director General of Fisheries, ICAR, Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India, to throw light on the research initiatives of the ministry.
Good morning, one and all. Most respected dignitaries present on the dais, Sri Purushottam Rupalaji, Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying, Government of India, Dr. Abhilak Likshiji, Honorable Secretary, DOF, Government of India, Honorable dignitaries present on the dais, Dr. Hagiwara, Dr. Manini, Dr. Campbell, Madam Neetu Prasad, colleague Dr. Murthy, Dr. Krishnan, esteemed delegates, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to be here this morning. I must thank Honorable Secretary DOF and Dr. Krishnan for the opportunity. Friends, I have been asked to speak about the research initiatives what we have been doing on climate change. Before we go to climate change, we must know, when you talk of marine fisheries, who are the people, which are the regions which are most impacted because of climate change. We know the 9 coastal states and union territories which are there with about 3.7 million people are greatly impacted because of this climate change. When you look at the physical impact, all of us know because of the climate change impact over the years, increasing temperature, which has led to sea surface temperature increase, ocean acidification, sea level rise, and extreme events like cyclone, flooding, and so forth, marine heat waves, and the impact of El Nino. All of us know what has been the impact. Last 40 years of study, what we have seen in both of the coast, east coast and west coast, we have seen that there is an increase in sea surface temperature from about 0.5 degree to about 0.9 degree in different coast, and the west coast is found to be more impacted than east coast. Looking at the projection again, where we stand at this point of time and what is likely, this surface temperature likely to increase. Some prediction has been made. Even at the scenario is favorable, still we will find that by 2080, another 60 years, we would definitely, our sea surface temperature would likely to increase about 0.7 degree. And then the worst scenario probably up to 2.6 degree. In that scenario, what is going to happen to the biodiversity or fisheries, whatever is there, or how the fishermen population will be impacted and all. So we have seen over the years how cyclonic event has increased over the years. If you see last 30, 35 years and last 5, 6 years, the mean number of the cyclonic events or the disturbances has been increasing. And the prediction is that by 2050, the frequency of tropical cyclone will increase, the intensity will increase, more number of cyclones with higher intensity. Those are some of the prediction. Some of the study some of our institute have been doing on the distribution and abundance pattern of some of the important fishes. For example, in 60s or 60s and 70s, if you look at the left side of the figure of India map, the most important pelagic fish in India is the sardine and mackerel, all of you know. The distribution of sardine, which was there on the west coast, maybe I would say southwest coast in the states of Kerala, Karnataka and all, over these years the distribution pattern has changed, and you can see now at this point of time the distribution of sardine is found almost every place of the country. So there has been extended distribution over these years. I don't say good or bad, but the distribution and abundance pattern has changed over these years. I was talking about the other pelagic fish, for example, mackerel. Conventionally, again, west coast, the distribution was more. For example, in the northwest coast, the distribution, when you look at a few years back, another 40 years back or 50 years back, mackerel was contributing only about 7 and 7.5% of the total mackerel catch of India. Now it contributes about 20%. So there is a wider distribution and abundance pattern. Again, being a mackerel, being again a pelagic fish, we used to catch those in the surface water. The distribution has changed and increasingly caught at the little deeper water up to 50-meter depth. This has not only impacted on the distribution and abundance pattern, the maturity at smaller sizes. You can see some of the examples of Bombay duck, silver pomfret and all. The maturity size has reduced drastically. Once we say that maturity size is smaller, people may say it is early maturing, so it is maybe bad, it may be good, but when you say it is fishes are maturing fast, that means reproductive output is less and recruitment will be less. That will be impacting on the fisheries. Reduction of mean size, fecundity and the spawning season and diet composition and so forth. It is not only impacting only the fin fishes but also shellfishes or like shrimps, the Metapinia dobsoni or Metapinia monoceros. The size at the fast maturity has reduced over these years. In last 30-35 years, if you see drastically the size has reduced. The 2.02 million square kilometer, whatever EEZ is available, it has been made a grid of about 951 grid has been made of about 55 kilometer by 55 kilometer. So we tried to simulate, for example, two important example has been taken, anchovies and scud. Based on the temperature, chlorophyll, sea surface salinity and diesel oxygen, and their distribution abundance pattern based on the catch estimation in the coast, we tried to see that what would be the likely distribution of those fishes and how it is going to impact in coming years when we have increase in, for example, temperature or chlorophyll change and so forth. We should be able to predict those. It is only example, so we would be able to predict with other commercial fishes. As I was giving example of fecundity loss, some of the shrimp species like Dobsoli, Parapinia, stylifera and all, not only size but also fecundity. This number of eggs has reduced drastically over these years, somewhere around 5-6% to as much as a 41% reduction in the fecundity. Coral bleaching is a phenomena almost every one of us know with the increasing temperature how coral bleaching is there. I don't intend to say, but some of the important aspects, for example, harmful algal blooms in Indian Ocean, we have tried to analyze in the East Coast and West Coast. What we have seen last 2 decades, at least the extreme events, extreme harmful algal bloom events have increased at least 3-fold in the West Coast and 2-fold in the East Coast, which will definitely impact the pelagic distribution like sardine or other anchovies, which are depending on the algal biomass whatever is available. So which will likely to impact the fisheries also in the coming days. Several resilient options we have been talking of, mariculture of the climate resilient species. We are working on several fin fishes at this point of time, whether cobia, pompano, grouper, snapper and so forth. So when we say that the climate change is likely to impact in the coastal region, probably we need to give a alternate livelihood option to the fishers. So we consider mariculture should be a good option, whether it is cage culture, mussel farming and so forth. Potential fisheries zone, we have been able to identify some potential zone and provide this information to the fishers so that they unnecessarily should not be scouting here and there and spend their money toward the fuel. Alternative wind and solar energy in the fishing vessels, fuel efficient vessels, several new designs have been brought out which are more efficient fishing vessels, and more coastal preparedness is so important at this point of time. Climate resilient options. Sea ranching has been, Madam was mentioning, sea ranching is one other important area we are looking at this point of time, which Government of India has also taken extensive programs. Other important aspects, seaweed farming, all of us know, not only seaweed as a monofarming, but also integrated multi-trophic aquaculture along with integrating with cage farming and seaweed. Not only it is helping in increasing the growth potential, but also helping in bioremediation, removing organic and inorganic material so that the pollution is combated. Besides this also the carbon sequestration potential when we integrate again with the cage farming, with seaweed farming has been quite at least 1.5 times more carbon sequestration has been there. Artificial reef, Madam again mentioned, we have tried to evaluate what should be the size, how much quantity we should be putting, which are the place were best suited for, and which will the fish species which will be benefited for the as a nursery ground. All of us know this is one of the important area. The Government of India also is giving greater focus at this point of time. Some of the fishing technology, as I was mentioning, we have been working on different designs of craft and gear over the years. So, but over the years we have, depending on the necessity again, we have been trying to develop newer models, more fuel efficient deep sea fishing vessel and so on. So the vessel design which is shown, Sagar Harita, is one of such example, energy efficient multi-purpose green fishing vessel developed recently by the CIFT, one of the institute, and several other designs, longliner cum gillnetter, which is being popularized by the different states and the country at this point of time. Stock assessment and management is so important at this point of time. We need to understand with the impact of climate change, changing time, how these fisheries are getting impacted, stocks are getting affected. Some of the study done in the last year, we have been able to assess the stock of about 70 species, about 130 fishery stock. We found that nothing much to worry at this point of time. At least 90% of our stocks are healthy. So that is a satisfying aspect at this point of time, even though many people say that we are overfishing and so forth. We have been able to give again management plan for the different states, legal size for commercial fisheries for different states, for different species we have been able to give. We know that climate change risk assessment is so important. What IPCC has given based on the impact, adaptability and vulnerability, different risk level, and based on those information we have been try to identify the index map. It is not only the coast which is impacted, it is the coastal area, districts, coastal districts are more impacted. So try to have a hazard map for those coastal states, for cyclone as well as the flooding. Some of the, we know the blue carbon wealth that is there in terms of the mangrove, for example. So how much area is under mangrove cover, how much greenhouse gas it can fix, how much sequestration can be there, all those areas we have been working at this point of time. Again, carbon footprint of the marine fisheries, all the time we are pointed finger at us that our vessels probably produce more carbon emission are there, but if you look at the global comparison, at least 16% lower carbon emission is there from the mechanized vessel of India when you compare with the global level. Again, when we compare 2 ton per carbon dioxide emission per ton of fish produced globally, carbon dioxide emission is about 1.6 ton carbon dioxide emission per ton of produced fish in India, which is much lesser when you again combine mechanized and motorized vessels. So several climate resilient fisheries value chain, I have taken more time, so I don't intend to give more. Just I tried to give what we have been doing at this point of time with the extreme climatic event at this point of time, but the research organizations, not only in the ICA system, Ministry, Government of India and several other ministries have been working, and we have a strong cooperation, collaboration which is happening at this point of time when we are talking of blue economy in the coming days, and climate change, work on climate change is definitely an important area which we need to put our all energy and resources whatever we have. So we look forward for expanding expanding our research programs with the collaboration and cooperation from each one of you. Thank you very much. I sincerely thank the ministry for the support provided and opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jaina, for throwing light on the fisheries and climate change researches of the ICAR institutions under Ministry of Agriculture in detail. We are glad to invite Dr. M.V. Ramanamurthy, Project Director, Deep Ocean Mission, Ministry of Earth Sciences. Sir will now speak to us on ocean information services and coastal vulnerability reduction. I'm happy to invite Dr. Sir. Over to you, sir.
Respected Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Animal Husbandry, Sri Purushottam Rupala ji, Secretary Fisheries, and then distinguished officials from the FAO and my colleagues from the other ministries, Dr. Krishnan, and all the delegates and friends. Very good morning to all. Basically, I am going to highlight what Ministry of Earth Sciences play in the role of fisheries. In fact, Ministry has launched the Deep Ocean Mission in 2021 to support the deep sea exploration and the related aspects. We all know across the globe, climate change is altering the marine systems, especially on the fisher community and also on the security of the food. Climate change is currently impacting on the marine ecosystems, which includes increase in the sea surface temperature. Today, the latest news from NOAA is we are supposed to have 1.5 degrees rise a certain period of time, but now it is in accelerated move. So that means we are going to face more challenges in the future. Another major area is ocean acidification, loss of oxygen. We have already noticed that both Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal, many oxygen minimum zones which are having a serious threat to the fisheries, migration as well as abundance. Fish and marine species are sensitive to these events' impact in distribution, abundance, recruitment, and migratory patterns. Extreme rainfall events combined with precipitation and high temperature are likely to cause algal blooms in the many parts of the coastline. In fact, if we see in Chennai, immediately after the first spell of monsoon, we have a huge algal bloom formed along the many parts of the coastal areas. These are all some of the consequences of the long-term changes. At this stage, I congratulate this organizer for having such an important conclave, which is really relevant for addressing this climate change impact, and also for the resilience, how do we manage these things further. We all know the fisheries potential in India. In fact, Government of India through Ministry of Earth Sciences has come out with a blue economy policy. We were trying to look at what are the numbers which we generate from the fisheries sector as of now and also in the future. Ministry is already providing advisory services. In fact, Dr. Jana has told already on that most of the information is already available from the Ministry of Earth Sciences. We have almost 5 institutes working on the various aspects of right from the exploration, advisory services and resource assessment. And these institutes provide the valuable information to the Fisheries Department in assessing the stock and also how it is going to be affected for the future. Coastal areas are vulnerable for most of the climate change impacts. In fact, fishermen communities are also subjected to this threat. How do we address these things? In fact, there was one of the survey done in Tamil Nadu by most of the fishing villages. Most of the fishing villages are subject to the severe coastal erosion, and these hamlets are completely lost irrespective of the state, whether it can be in east coast or west coast. How do we mitigate and how do we protect the fisher population from these kind of climate change impact if they want to do for livelihood operations for that? In fact, we have developed a web-based GIS information system that is already in operational in Tamil Nadu. It is known as a Tundil, where whenever the fisherman goes to the sea, that particular information is directly come to the desktop, which is located in the Department of Fisheries. They can monitor and then see what kind of threat they are facing in the sea, and then how do we get back to the system for that. MOS has launched a deep ocean mission. It has 6 verticals. Among the 6 verticals, 3 verticals are dedicated to the fisheries. One is on the mapping of deep sea biodiversity and inventorization. Second one is on the deep sea fishing and assessment. And third one on the ocean climate advisory services. Suppose if it is going to be changed, how the ecosystem will change, and deep sea ecosystem will have a direct influence on the fisheries. And last but not the least, we are going to set up an advanced marine biology station through NIOT in Mahabalipuram, which is going to come up in shortly, where many of the researchers and international community will come and work on that to see how do we prepare ourselves for that. Many studies have reported that shift in the distribution patterns of marine species due to climate change. Stock adjustment need to be again revisited, suppose if you want to really look at and then see how it is going to be taken in the future. One of the best solutions is nature-based solutions, keeping our healthy ocean, and then this will not only help in the fisheries but also for the climate for that. Ministry has launched through Government of India, Honorable Prime Minister has set up a center called Sustainable Coastal and Ocean Research Institute, SCORI and University of South Pacific. This was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in the 3rd FIPIC Summit in May 2023, basically to have a network of biology station. How do we interact with the Pacific Oceans? With the permission of Honorable Minister, we have a short video where Honorable Prime Minister has launched this SCORI. This particular one initiative is why it is important for the today's one is we are talking about how do we link between India and then Pacific Ocean countries in terms of our collaboration, research, and also how it is being useful for the public. Can I have that video, please?
India and the Pacific Island countries enjoy a vibrant partnership. Development assistance and capacity building are important components of this partnership. The Forum for India-Pacific Islands Cooperation, FIPIC, is an important platform that brings together India and Pacific Island countries. During its 2nd summit held in Jaipur, Honorable Prime Minister of India Shri Narendra Modi announced that India will assist in the establishment of a Sustainable Coastal and Ocean Research Institute, SCORI, in the Pacific Islands.
Excellencies, as I said, you are large ocean states. We look forward to working with you to realize the full potential of our oceans in a sustainable manner.
Designed to be a nodal center of excellence in research and development, SCORI will focus on some of the most pressing regional concerns. This includes understanding impact of climate change on marine ecosystem, marine pollution, coastal vulnerability to sea level rise, sea erosion, cyclone and tsunami. The Institute will provide ocean advisory services for the benefit of the people of the Pacific Island countries. SCORI will also help to build the capacity of the region in these critical areas. It will thus contribute to the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent and will help in meeting Sustainable Development Goal SDG 14, Life Below Water. NCCR, the National Center for Coastal Research, Chennai, and USP, University of South Pacific in Fiji, the premier tertiary institution in the Pacific, are the lead partner institutions for this path-breaking initiative. Based in the Suva campus of USP, SCORI will be funded and maintained by Government of India for 5 years till it is handed over to USP. Scientists from NCCR have already started working with experts in USP to build the capacity of Pacific Island countries in key areas of sustainable coastal and ocean research. Today marks the formal launch of the SCORI. This successful launch is a testament to India's strong commitment to partnering with its Pacific friends for the progress, well-being and prosperity of the people of the Pacific region. Coming in the year of India's G20 presidency, this partnership between India and the Pacific shows the way forward in taking care of our world as one earth, one family, one future. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your highly informative update on your ministry. Now, I'm happy to invite Dr. R. Ramesh, former director, the National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, NCSCM, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. He will speak to us on the policy framework for climate adaptation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Union Minister, Honorable Secretary DO, Excellencies, distinguished participants, guests. I will give a short presentation about the Ministry's work, particularly on the integrated coastal zone management with respect to climate adaptation. Here we would like to focus on 4 major aspects. One is to conserve the protect and the unique coastal stretches of the entire coastal areas. For India, we have nearly 7,500 kilometers of coastline, and promote the coastal development. Basically, it's based on scientific principles and how to consider this natural safeguards and climate change, and provide livelihood security for mitigate and adaptation of measures to combat climate change for the coastal areas. And finally, we regulate the coastal development through the coastal regulation, and recently we have the 2019 notification. So we have taken up the integrated coastal zone management for the 10 years back, and I just wanted to highlight those things. And now the ministry is in the consideration of taking up the next level as the National Coastal Mission, particularly with the climate oriented, the risk planning for development, the climate mitigation for balancing the blue carbon sinks, and also to achieve the NDCs, and also the climate adaptation by promoting the blue economy or the coastal economy through wise use of the blue assets. So the National Coastal Mission aims to address climate change impacts on coastal ecosystems, infrastructure and, communities in coastal areas through adaptation and mitigation measures. So here, the Coastal Regulation 2019, I am not going to go into the details, that the 2011-19, all this notification, one thing which has helped us to improve our coastal ecosystem, the health of the coastal ecosystems which we are looking for. For example, I could see the data which recently we have collected, that the mangrove, I can give an example, that we are nearly about 5,000 square kilometers of mangroves. On a global scale, if you look at, there is a huge depletion of mangroves over a period of time. India, we can see all over all the coastal states, we have an increase in the mangrove cover, and also under the MISTI program, we plan to increase another 500 square kilometers of mangrove cover. So like that, we are able to save the seagrass and the coral reef ecosystems and many more. So the next aspect is looking at the coastal regulation. Here we are talking about the up to 12 nautical miles. The ministry takes care of the up to 12 nautical miles, and about the land part is about the 500 meters or so. So we have this zone, which is the most active zone and also highly vulnerable, and now the blue economy. So most of the activities, I have just mapped some of those activities, some new activities also being mapped. So these activities, you can see that until unless you do the sustainable development, we will be having a huge problem. So we also looked at the global scale, where the ICZM has been mapped in over 100 countries. We can see that many of the countries, the Ministry of Environment, the green color shows the Ministry of Environment is taking care of this one, and India is also in pioneering in this one. So I just wanted to give only 5 major points. What is the tool which we are going to use? That is the integrated coastal zone management, and now we have added the marine spatial planning as well, so that the coastal, because many activities on the ocean side is happening. So how do you handle this one? So up to 12 nautical miles, we are mapping the entire marine spatial, and the regulation is already in place. And you want to see the ocean and the coastal ocean resource efficiency, that is the blue economy. So for this, we have these 5 pillars. The main is the adaptation, mitigation, and the risk planning. And this will all lead to combat the climate change through the National Coastal Mission. This is how we have planned, and what we have achieved under each of these objectives, I can say, and the coastal and marine conservation. You can see that this is the first time for the country the entire high tide line has been mapped for the entire country, as well as the sediment cell. And the ecologically sensitive areas, about 11 of them as per the CRS notification, about 34,000 square kilometers is been digitally mapped, and nearly 16,000 hectares of mangrove has been planted over a period of time, and 2,000 hectares of shelter plant restoration has been done, and nearly 1,200 square meters of coral plantation has been taken place, and also we improved the conservation of heritage sites. And this future also we would like to, the state and UTs would like to continue similar type of work in many of the coastal UTs. In terms of risk and vulnerability, the entire coastal hazard mapping is completed, which is about 56,000 square kilometers of hazard line mapped, including the erosion accretion mapping as well. So here we are looking at not the engineering solution, we are looking at the ecosystem based approach, or we call the natural based solution, in look at the erosion accretion issues on the coast, and also look at the integrated climate risk planning, and then capacity building in the state and UTs in the ICZM, as well as the marine spatial planning. In terms of coastal livelihoods, we have already taken many of the fishery livelihood diversification, and also what are the benefits you are achieved so far, including 50% of women, and indirect beneficiaries, it includes more than 2.4 million, which includes 50% of the women also. So we are scaling up these activities in many of the coastal states and UTs. And then for pollution, in Gujarat, we have developed the STP. There are 3 states which has taken an ICC program. One is the Gujarat, the other one is the West Bengal and the Odisha. And we have all these states, several of these initiatives, which is very successful program. For example, Digha Island, which is completely electrified, and nearly 5 million people are benefited on different activities on this one. And first time in the country, we have introduced the blue flag beaches. Already 8 beaches have the blue flag certification, and many more states and UTs would like to take up, and they have already taken up many of these beaches for the blue flag certification. For the education research, we have already developed for the first time in the country the high tide line, the ecologically sensitive areas, the sediment cells for the shoreline management plans, the IC systems already for pilot sites. And how do you disseminate? And we have already developed more than 100 people, skilled IC system people, and also the self-group members of more than 20,000 members. And this continues to help. Right now, for example, the states like Tamil Nadu, the Karnataka, the Orissa, and many of the Gujarat also, they have taken up individual IC system programs within their states as well as UTs. So with this type of different activities, I could conclude that ICCDM is a lighthouse project. We look at 4 important aspects here. One is how do you, when you have the blue assets, the blue economy, how do you conserve them? The health of the ocean is the most important, as the earlier Dr. Ramanamurthy has mentioned, and also the island management, the vulnerability of the island, how do you look at it? And then the institutional strengthening. So each state and UT has the coastal zone management authority, and the skills has to be strengthened further, and then mainstream them with the blue economy. And then technical and capacity building. So we should also have the capacity building at all the different levels. And finally, we take up a lot of pilot projects in terms of conservation, in terms of livelihoods, so that in overall the coastal states and UTs have a sustainable coast. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh, for the elaborate talk on policy framework for climate adaptation. Well, now it is time for the release of publications. We are happy to announce that today, on this auspicious occasion, we release 3 publications which cover diverse aspects of fisheries, management and climate change. May I request Honorable Sri Parshottam Rupala ji, Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying to release the artistic publication Waves of Art Series 3. The Waves of Art is a social connect initiative of BOBP to present fisheries issues through art for creating mass awareness. The Waves of Art Series 3 included those drawn during the International Symposium on Innovations in Fishing Technologies for Sustainable and Resilient Fisheries, organized by BOBP in collaboration with NFDB in Kochi. The publication includes contributions from eminent subject matter specialists and artists from South Asian countries and Europe. The second publication, India's Marine Fisheries Sector Under Changing Climate, a synthesis of BOBP studies and reports on adaptation strategies and policy perspectives, provides a synthesis of outputs from different works of BOBP on the marine fisheries sector with implications for climate change adaptation. The third publication is from Central Marine Fisheries Research Institution of ICAR, summarizing result on implications of climate change in recent times. It's time to honor and felicitate our distinguished guests. May I now request Dr. L.N. Murthy, Chief Executive, NFDB, to felicitate our distinguished guests of the day. Sri Parshottam Rupala, Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आदरणीय मंत्री जी। डॉक्टर अखिलेश लिखी, सेक्रेटरी, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। Srimati Neetu Prasad, Joint Secretary of Fisheries, Department of Fisheries, Government of India. Dr. J.K. Jaina, DDG, IKR. IKR. Applause. Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara, FAO representative to India. Big round of applause. Dr. Darius Campbell, Chair, RFB Secretariat Network. Dr. Piero Manini, Senior Liaison Officer, FAO Rome. Dr. P. Krishnan, Director, BOBP. May I now request Dr. P. Krishnan, Director, BOBP, to felicitate Dr. L.N. Murthy, Chief Executive, NFDB. I now respectfully invite Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi, Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, to present the keynote address.
Honorable Union Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Shri Parshottam Rupala ji, Dr. Takayuki Hagiwara, representative of FAO in India, Dr. Piero Manani, Senior Fisheries Officer, FAO, Dr. Darius Campbell, Chair of the Regional Fisheries Body, Secretariat Network, senior officials, scientists, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I first and foremost welcome you as delegates to the International Conclave on mainstreaming climate change into international fisheries governance and strengthening of fisheries management measures in the Indo-Pacific region. I'm especially thankful to the Honorable Minister for having graciously agreed to spare his valuable time and be present with us through this inaugural session. Thank you very much, sir. I also congratulate FAO and the representative in India to FAO for having put such an august audience, a group of scientists and esteemed members from other countries here in Mahabalipuram and in India. And I'm sure the deliberations over the next few days will lead to some concrete solutions as far as mainstreaming of climate change is concerned. As we are all aware, India has been an ardent supporter of mainstreaming climate change in the global fisheries sector. My colleague Neetu Prasad has already highlighted India's prowess as far as its vast coastline is concerned, its exclusive economic zone is concerned. We started modestly with a subsistent fisheries in the 1950s, but we are now emerging as a leading marine fish producer, and we continue to harness those available resources to the maximum. Especially during the last 9 years, through our various schemes and programs, we have harnessed this potential, and I'd like to make a special mention of 3 major schemes: the Blue Revolution scheme, the Fisheries and Agriculture Infrastructure Development Fund, and the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. These schemes have in all paved the way for growth of infrastructure, development of technology and innovations, and many more issues related to the entire fisheries sector in India. And as a result, today I'm very happy to share with you that our seafood exports are pegged at $8 billion US, and more importantly, shrimp exports are pegged at $5.4 billion US. India has always been dedicated to combating climate change while pursuing its development goals. In fact, our marine resources ecosystem offers us tremendous opportunities to take up adaptive measures to tackle the impact of climate change. A lot of those measures have been mentioned by my colleague here, but I'd just like to highlight some of the more issues. Now, there are 2 segments broadly we look at in the Department of Fisheries. One is marine fisheries and the other is inland fisheries. As far as marine fisheries is concerned, and in fact both together, under the Clean India campaign, we are providing financial assistance to states in coastal areas for setting up of bio-toilets in fishing vessels. It's a small initiative, but I think it's a very important initiative to have biodigester toilets that convert human waste into gases and manure, and the aim is to prevent pollution of oceans. India is also a lead partnering country, as my colleague had mentioned, in the IMO FAO Glow Litter project to prevent marine litter and to identify opportunities for reduction of plastics use in fisheries and shipping sectors. In fact, as far as inland fisheries is concerned, sustainable fish production systems with minimum environmental impacts, that is our aim. Therefore, we are promoting recirculatory aquaculture systems, biofloc and aquaponics, in fact, eco-friendly fishing activities which are diverse. Our focus is also on taking forward fuel-efficient fishing vessels, whether we use solar energy. In fact, the entire agenda of green fisheries to support India's commitment to climate change. This also includes, as was mentioned, a very huge monitoring, communication and tracking system to help our fishermen in the seas. For conservation of fishery resources and sea safety, we are also imposing a 61-day ban, uniform ban in the exclusive economic zone. In fact, sustainable development of climate resilient aquaculture, to promote this, our effort is towards species diversification and genetic improvement programs. We are also promoting a lot of deep sea fishing vessels to reduce the fishing pressure on coastal fisheries resources. In fact, one of the major impacts of climate change is the potential of diseases coming about all around. So we have a national program of disease surveillance which involves both active and passive disease monitoring, which has been taken up with big force by the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. And in fact, for efficient landing of fish catch, which is so critical to the entire discussion that is going to happen over the next 2 days, we are modernizing our fish harbors, ports and landing centers to in all expansion, intensification, diversification, technological infusion and productive utilization of land and water in the fisheries sector for very sustainable and responsible fishing. That is our agenda in Government of India. But I think all these things are secondary if the primary objective of, as the Honorable Minister always insists and pushes us in terms of leadership, if we do not focus on the livelihoods of small-scale fishermen, this entire exercise leads us to nowhere. Therefore, while we provide support in terms of livelihood to our small-scale fishermen through various welfare schemes, through insurance, we are also trying to promote alternative means of livelihood through seaweed farming, through ornamental fisheries, through pearl culture and bivalve cultivation. That is another agenda that the Government of India is pursuing very, very intensively. I would like to make a mention here of the fact that this is a very momentous occasion for our country, that over 8 regional fisheries bodies are present, and they represent about 50 countries that are going to be deliberating over the next few days. And I'm sure, sir, you are graciously present here. I'm sure all these bodies will look at various legal issues that are sort of coming in the way of climate change initiatives being deliberated upon, and I'm sure that will be a very successful agenda. Another clarion call which has been given by our Honorable Prime Minister is Mission Life, Lifestyle for Environment, and the purpose of this mission is to democratize climate change and put an individual at the center of the climate change agenda. There will also be a special session on Mission Life, which my colleague will be participating in, and I'm sure we'll come across a lot of issues of deliberation as far as Mission Life is concerned. Before I end, I would like to take this opportunity to make a special mention of the fact that to take forward all the issues of climate change, all development initiatives, all initiatives in terms of best practices, the Honorable Minister has guided us to hold a global fisheries conference in Gujarat on November 21st on the occasion of the World Fisheries Day. So I would extend a very warm welcome to you to join us in the Global Fisheries Conference in Gujarat and Ahmedabad Science City on November 21st, 22nd. Our officials who are present here today and tomorrow will help you to navigate and get more information, and so will our Joint Secretary, Ms. Neetu Pratash, over the next few days. So I welcome you all again. I thank the Honorable Minister for being graciously present here today, and I hope that through our deliberations during the next 2 days, we are able to create a marine future that is prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for enlightening us with your keynote address. We now respectfully invite the chief guest for today's event, Sri Parshottam Rupala ji, Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, to address the gathering.
Just a small announcement to the international delegates. All of you have been provided with the headphone, and then an arrangement has been made for translation. The steps are given in print, as well as the links are shared in the WhatsApp link. You may help yourself to get the translation done, that is, hear the translation in English.
Namaskar, good morning, Ram Ram. International Conclave on Mainstream Climate Change into International Fisheries Governance and Strengthening of Fisheries Management Measures in the Indo-Pacific region. On the dais, our Secretary, Dr. Abhileksh Lekhi ji, our Joint Secretary, Shri Neetu Prasad ji, Dr. J.K. Jaina, DDG ICAR, Dr. Takayuki Hagware, FAO representative in India, Dr. Piero Manani, Senior Fisheries Officer, FAO, Dr. Darius Campbell, Chair of the Regional Fisheries Bodies Secretariat Network, Dr. Pri Krishnan, Director BOBP, all senior officers and scientists who come from Bangladesh, Maldives, Sri Lanka, and our neighboring countries. I have some information that the representatives from USA, Japan, Italy, Canada, China, Sri Lanka, Thailand, France, Ireland, Oman, Philippines, and if I miss any names, all the delegates came from abroad. I welcome all you from my bottom of the heart, on behalf of the Government of India, on the land of Mahatma Gandhi and on the land of Narendra Modi ji. I heartily welcome to you all. I give my immense pleasure to be with you today on the occasion of International Conclave. I am told that officials from the 16 regional fisheries bodies from the Indo-Pacific region, representative over 80 countries are present here. Maybe some technical gaps, may 17 countries are here. Many of you had traveled a long distance, coming different time zones during the journey. I hope you all are well received and got a sound sleep yesterday. We all know that the Indo-Pacific region is an inclusive space for stakeholders based on common responsibilities and common interest. Besides, it is also strategic interactions with regards to common opportunities and common challenges shared by the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Since we have been enjoying the resources of the region together, it is our responsibility to face the challenges, threats, and resolve the problems together so as to make this region a sustainable habitat for all life forms. Friends, we all are aware that impact of climate change has no boundaries and no specific sector. मैं थोड़ा बताना चाहूँगा, जैसे हमारे एनवायरनमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारी ने बताया था, क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच है। ये आप सबने देखा सुना भी था पिछले G20 के सम्मेलन में। उन्होंने मेन थीम रखा था वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, वन फैमिली, वन अर्थ एंड वन फ्यूचर। ये इसी से ही ये सारी चीजें आगे बढ़ सकती है। हमारा सबका एक ही लक्ष्य है, सबको स्वस्थ रहना है, सबको स्वस्थ रखना है। मैं आपके स्मरण में कहना चाहूँगा इस अगस्त गैदरिंग को कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री श्री थे, उस समय उन्होंने गुजरात में क्लाइमेट चेंज मंत्रालय बनाया था। भारत में सबसे पहले किसी राज्य ने इसमें इनिशिएटिव लिया हो, इतना वो पहले से ही इस विषय में इनिशिएटिव ले रहे हैं। और जैसे अभी वो देश के नेता के रूप में भारत को नेतृत्व दे रहे हैं, सो इसी के बारे में वो बहुत ही चिंतित हैं और बहुत ही आगे चलकर इस क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में काम कर रहे हैं कि कुछ इनिशिएटिव इनके द्वारा जो चल रहे हैं, ये जो स्वच्छ भारत है, ये सबसे बड़ा इनिशिएटिव है इस क्षेत्र का। इसमें साफ सफाई मतलब समुद्री सफाई भी इसका अंग है। सो इट एविडेंट दैट क्लाइमेट चेंज many impact agriculture and fisheries, threat to food security, trigger sea level rise, lead to sea ice melting and glacier retreat. It may also cause natural disasters such as floods, cyclones and droughts. I am thankful to FAO for organizing this important workshop focusing on climate change and its impact on fisheries, and to work together towards developing a set of guidelines or to deal with the impact of climate change in the fisheries sector. I am told that workshop will showcase relevant regional fisheries bodies and their activities, strategies and initiatives in the response to climate change, summarize good practices and lesson learned, identity points and opportunities for enhanced integration of climate change into regional fisheries bodies work, and also discuss relevant gaps with reference to knowledge and idea, capacity building and other challenges. As we all know that the impact of climate change on fisheries is already being felt worldwide and it is expected to become more severe in the future. I am confident that the outcome of the workshop will be great help to the fisher communities of the Indo-Pacific region to tackle the adverse and able to minimize the impact, if any. Friends, I am told that a parallel event is also being organized by my ministry, that brainstorming session on the Indian preparedness for adapting to climate change in marine fisheries. The session will mainly focus on the status of Indian fisheries with respect to climate change and adaptation strategies, and India's preparedness for adapting to climate change in marine fisheries. I am confident that our scientists and intellectuals will deliberate upon India's different pros and cons of the important issues and come up with some recommendations which could be helpful not only for India but also for the global fisheries. Friends, Indian fisheries sector contributes a good stake in Indian's economy. It contributes to the national income, exports food and nutritional security, as well as the employment generation. The government of India in the last 9 years has unshered the transformational changes in reform through multi-pronged strategies and focused interventions in the areas of fish production, productivity, technology infusion, strengthening and modernization of infrastructure, boosting domestic consumption and exports, growth of entrepreneurship and employment, etc. One of the key steps in the direction is the creation of separate Department of Fisheries in February 2019, followed by creation of new Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying in June 2019 for focused and holistic development of fisheries sector and socio-economic well-being and welfare of fishers, fish farmers and fish workers. Since 2015, the Government of India has substantially stepped up public investment in fisheries sector to the tune of 38,572 crore rupees to 385.72 billion in the fisheries sectors. India is the second largest aquaculture producer and third largest fish producer in the world. India's fish production increased from 0.75 million tons in 1950-51 to a record 17.4 million tons in 22-23. The success of the inland aquaculture is spectacular. Fish production from inland aquaculture increased from 0.21 million tons in 50-51 to 13.30 million tons in 2022-23. Our export have reached newer heights. Seafood export has more than doubled in last 9 years, with record export of the 63,969 crore, $8.09 billion US dollar. Shrimp exports more than doubled in last 9 years with export of rupees 43,135 crores, 5.48 billion US dollar. During last 9 years, an estimated 61.9 lakh employment and livelihood opportunities have been generated under the schemes and programs. Approximately 6 lakh fisher families annually are provided with livelihood and nutritional support during fishing ban period. 33 lakh fishers have been insured under group accident insurance scheme. In financial year 2022-23, 1 lakh transporter are being installed for monitoring, controlling and surveillance of the marine fishing vessels, boats in the sea. In addition, to ensure that means of income expand, alternate means of the livelihood for fishermen such as ornamental fisheries, bioculture, seaweed cultivation are promoted under the schemes of my ministry. To offer livelihood opportunities in the seaweed sector, we have initiated action for multi-purpose seaweed park, integrated aqua park in the state of Tamil Nadu, worth of rupees 1.27 billion. The inland fisheries sector has seen tremendous growth as small scale and big aquapreneurs entered in the sector, and to ensure more crop per drop, the technologies offered in the sector have become very popular. Since 2015, focus attention have been given to modernization and creation of 107 projects of fishing harbors and fish landing centers. Adaptation to mitigation, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has consistently illuminated the path towards proactive and sustainable leadership, particularly in climate action. One of these ideas is the PM's conception of lifestyle for environmental delineated by him during COP26 in November 2021. It is a clarion call for collective global action, signifying the interlinking of behavioral change with mainstreaming climate change into fisheries management. I am happy to reiterate the announcement made by my previous speakers that we are going to organize the first edition of Global Fisheries Conference 2023, GEC 2023 from 21st to 22nd November 2023 in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. On the occasion of World Fisheries Day, we cordially invite you all to attend the event and make its grand success and beneficial for the global fisheries. Coming back to today's event, I am happy to see that deliberations at this conference are focused on the key elements on climate change. It impacts on fisheries preparedness of governments and regional fisheries bodies towards the impact of climate change on fisheries. Our guiding light should be the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam principle, the world as one family. We should closely work to face the future challenges in the fisheries sector. I feel strengthening framework like the Bay of Bengal program, BOBP, and the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission would be significant to address much of these challenges. I will not take much time in closing. An ancient Indian adage resonates deeply: when we heal the earth, we heal ourselves. With these words, I declare the international workshop open. Thank you very much. मुझे एक दो बात और भी इसमें ऐड करनी है। जब इतना दुनिया भर के फिशरीज सेक्टर के साथ जुड़े हुए लोग इकट्ठे हुए हो, भारत में इकट्ठे हुए हो, सो आप सबका कंसर्न जैसे क्लाइमेट चेंज है, इम्पैक्ट ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज जो हमारे फिशरीज सेक्टर पे क्या हो रहा है, उसके साथ साथ हमारे फिशर कम्युनिटी के, फिशरमैनों के अपने जो प्रश्न हैं, उनके जो सवाल हैं, उनके बारे में भी कोई कॉमन सेंसस बनना चाहिए। पूरी दुनिया में मछुआरा समाज एक फैमिली जैसा है, ये फिर भारत का हो, बांग्लादेश का हो, श्रीलंका का हो, सारे मछुआरे हैं, सारे एक समुद्र में जाते हैं। उनकी जो समस्याएं हैं, उन सभी के बारे में कोई कॉमन सेंसस बनना चाहिए, कुछ अंडरस्टैंडिंग बनना चाहिए। मैं अपेक्षा करूंगा कि इस प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम से, नहीं सिर्फ सत्ता के माध्यम से, इस सामाजिक तौर पर इंटरनेशनली कुछ ऐसे रास्ते निकलने चाहिए जिसके जरिए हम फिशरमैनों के इश्यूओं को समाधान करने के लिए आगे बढ़ सके। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सबका यहाँ रहना, ठहरना आपका सुखद रहे और इस कार्यक्रम को सफलता मिले। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
We are extremely thankful to you, sir, for your far-sighted visions, strategies, initiatives for the development of Indian fisheries. भारतीय मत्स्य पालन क्षेत्र के विकास के लिए आपकी दूरदर्शिता, रणनीतियों और पहलों के लिए हम बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं। Dr. P. Krishnan, Director, Bay of Bengal Program, Intergovernmental Organization, will now present the vote of thanks.
Very good morning to the distinguished delegates on and off the dais. With this, we come to the kind of end of the inaugural session. Generally, for an FAO type of function, the inaugural session is a little long, but when the proposal was discussed, both the minister as well as the secretary were very, very particular, like when such an eminent delegates from different parts of the world are assembling here, this is a huge opportunity to just present and then facilitate an interaction on the various types of activities that are being done by not only by the Department of Fisheries, but also by the various departments, various ministries in Government of India. So this was kind of a platform to design this. So, and it was readily welcomed and then accepted by both FAO and then RFB, the network. So, at this, I'm here to present a formal vote of thanks. I know like this is only the conclusion of the inaugural session. We have at least next 2 days to deliberate, discuss, and then take the entire discussion forward. So first, I like to take this opportunity to thank our chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Parshottam Rupalaji, for having taken time and readily agreeing to be here amidst us. And he has been traversing the entire country length and breadth like no other official in the country has done ever since our independence. And he has been interacting with the fishermen and then community all along, and then even recently, last few days back, he was here. But still, when this program was suggested, he said like readily he wishes to be here amidst us. Thank you so much, sir. And particularly in the last leg, when he was giving a speech, he was sharing the concern for consideration to the international community, like the delegates here. Though our main theme is climate, he was sharing the concern like the fishermen who are living across different parts of the shores, they have similar concerns. It is not country specific, they harness the natural resources. So this is one major theme that we should be considering, and I assure you, sir, like to the Honorable Minister, like in the coming 2 days in our deliberation, we'll keep this as our center of our discussion. And FAO being a global organization connecting all the countries, and which is mandated to develop a guideline for climate resilient fisheries management, certainly will be taking this as a major initiative to take this forward. Thank you so much, sir, like, for your time and then coming here, Mr. S. Next, I would like to thank our respected secretary, and I'll say like he is a core architect of this entire workshop for even India hosting this event. And the whole idea, the very seeds of this idea to host this program here, it started when it happened when Secretary was there in New York in the sidelines of United Nations FISTOC Agreement conference, and with the senior delegation from FAO, Dr. Piero, all were there. And when the suggestion was there, such is a program that we are planning, and then whether India will be considering, and then Secretary readily said India is very much for it, and then he kind of indicated a formal process can be initiated. Of course, it took at least just 2 or 3 months for us to connect all the dots, and today we have the entire gathering here. And thank you so much, Sulek, for your initiative, guidance, suggestion, and then encouragement. And certainly we'll take forward whatever the thought or the entire idea that you had further. Very, very special thanks to our respected Joint Secretary and then the entire team DOF for having visualized this entire event to a scale what we are seeing it here. Thanks to each member of the Department of Fisheries and all its constituent bodies who are present here. Thanks all. We thank FAO for considering India to be a host country for this very, very important workshop. The output of this will be feeding into the Committee of Fisheries in the next forthcoming Committee of Fisheries. It's a global highest fisheries body that will be assembling in FAO. So this is the significance, and then thank you so much for having considered that opportunity. And special thanks to the entire team, particularly led by Dr. Takayuki, the FAO representative of India, and the key architect of this entire FAO workshop, Dr. Manini, and his whole team who are here, and Dr. Darius Campbell, the chair of the Regional Fishery Body Secretariat Network, and the whole lot of all the regional fishery body heads who are assembled here. Thank you so much for taking the pain of traveling, and then that too with such a short notice that you could mobilize time and then be here. And very, very special thanks to the guests who have come from Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and then Maldives. This is again a kind of a gesture what Government of India suggested, when such a delegation is coming from different parts to India, it is incumbent upon a country of the stature of India to provide an opportunity for the neighboring countries to be here, be part of this entire process. So thanks for having come here. That too will be taking forward these deliberations in the coming days as well. Apart from the international guests over here, we have very, very eminent distinguished delegates here, experts here. Certainly it is worth naming everyone here, but it's just to cut short the time. I recognize the presence of many serving and retired vice chancellors of universities, directors of national institutions, and then eminent scientists, representatives from the state and national governments, and students and faculty from the private and public universities, including the International University, Nalanda University, which is under the Ministry of External Affairs. We have a representative over here, industry, community organizations, and all like. Thanks to all of you for having here, and I recognize the presence of Professor Ranganathan, Honorary Consulate General of Myanmar. So thanks to each one of you who have been here. It is all because of the joint effort of the entire team over here. I thank my core team in BOBP, and we thank our collaborators who include the research institutions from Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Fisheries, Ministry of Earth Sciences, and then Ministry of Environment and Forest. And very, very special thanks to Dr. J.K. Jena, who has been a mentor and then who has been a guiding source always, for being here and then bringing this entire battalion of directors as well as the scientists to be present in this important deliberation. And today's inauguration and the whole set of arrangements that we have made for the next 2 days are a collective effort of our large team. I thank my team members at BOBP, colleagues and friends at FAO, ICR, DOF, NFDB, NCSM, MOS institutions, and very many universities who are all present here. So thanks to all, and thanks to the press and media who are set to take this entire message to the world. With this, I thank one and all and then conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnan. Director, BOBP IGO, the heart and soul in organizing the international event. So on a fine note of optimism, we come to the end of the inaugural session of the International Conclave on Mainstreaming Climate Change into International Fisheries Governance and Strengthening of Fisheries Management Measures. Now, kindly raise for National Anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Let's now assemble outside for a group photograph.
Thank you, and we'll have a group photo here itself. We can just come to the fore. I request volunteers to kindly move the chairs in the fore. And I request, once the guests on the dais settle, I request all the participants to kindly come behind. There are 3 levels here, we can just have a group photo here, please. And today's Master of Ceremony was, she's a professor in QSAT University, Professor Mini Shagre. delegates who are here, like actually we'll be having continually the lunch. Lunch break is from 12:30 to 1:30, so it will be shortly ready, and then I request all of you to have lunch as well. As per the schedule, we'll be meeting at 1:30. Please.
Good afternoon. We will be beginning the session shortly. May I request people who are sitting away from the center to move forward, because many of the people who are here are not going to be here for the afternoon session. So maybe participants can move a little to the front so that we can be a centered group. Thank you. Good afternoon. We begin the session 1, Status of Indian Fisheries with respect to climate change and adaptation strategies, which is part of the brainstorming session on India's preparedness for adapting to climate change in marine fisheries. I now request the co-chairs of this session, Dr. J.K. Jena and Dr. E. Vivekanandan, to please come to the dais. May I also request Dr. C.N. Ravishankar, Director, ICAR-CIFE, to come to the dais, because he will be giving the lead talk on priority areas of research and development for climate resilient fisheries in the BOB region. I also request the 5 panelists of panel 1 to come to the dais. Dr. Grinson George, Principal Scientist and Head, ICAR CMFRI. Dr. N. Muralidhar, Principal Scientist, ICAR CIBA. Dr. B.K. Das, Director, ICAR CIFRI. Dr. George Neenan, Director, ICAR CIFT. And Dr. G. Dharani, Scientist G and Group Head, NIOT. Please come. We will now begin the session. I request the co-chairs, Dr. J.K. Jena, DDG Fisheries, ICAR, and Dr. E. Vivekanandan, Advisor, BOBPIGO, to give the opening remarks. Dr. Jena.
Good afternoon, one and all. Welcome to the technical session 1. Most esteemed co-chair of the session, Dr. E. Vivekanandanji, advisor to BOBPIGO. We have session coordinator Dr. Ahana Lakshmi, former NCSM consultant. We have 6 esteemed speakers today afternoon, and Dr. Ravi Shankar, Director CIFE, who would be giving the lead talk on priority areas of research, development and climate resilient fisheries in BOP region. And we have 5 speakers. Out of them, 4 speakers are my colleague from different institutes. Director CIFT, Dr. Nainan, Dr. B.K. Das, Director CIFRI, and colleague from CMFRI, Dr. Grinson George, and Dr. Muralidhar from CIBA, Chennai, and Dr. Dharani from Ocean Technology, NIOT. Friends, morning I had a small presentation for you. Whatever I wanted to speak, I have spoken, so nothing much to repeat at this point of time. But all of us do understand when you talk of fisheries or aquaculture, that too in open sea, we are under the mercy of nature. In spite of we talk of resilient strategy, adaptation strategy, mitigation strategy, whatever we say, we will be able to do only very little. The fury of sea and ocean we have seen, we are seeing every day. I have been put up in the last cottage of the this coast of this hotel, and when I opened my window yesterday night, I saw sea as if it is coming towards me. So much of scary. Even though I know nothing is going to happen, night at least 3 times I woke up whether nothing has happened. So this is what the scary of sea and nature we have seen. So when we are talking of climate change, impact and all, temperature increase, and we have been discussing since morning about the cyclone, about the other natural calamities and all. But at the same time, one hand we know the fury of nature, other hand we see how our fishermen, those who are residing in the coast, I don't say only fishermen, those who are residing at the coast, even having luxury home also they are under threat, equally under threat. Rather I would say under more threat. A fisherman who knows how to go ride boat, probably he will be easy for him to access to whatever necessity in the difficult time. But those who are rich, probably they will have little access to that also. But when you talk of again livelihood, we have been talking of so many people, 3.7 million people having livelihood depending on the coastal waters, and how fisheries are getting threatened, all of us know. When we are making a scenario building, whether it is IPCC or all of us sitting in the dais also, all of us, our vision or the roadmap what we have been able to visualize are also very short term. Maximum how much? 2030, 2050, 2080 or at best 2100. That is the scenario we are able to at least guess what is going to happen. See this globe, if you see the nature and all those development, even the biodiversity, whatever you are talking of, it is not a matter of one day, 2 day, a million of years which has been taken to come to this stage. And when million of years they have been able to survive, we are not able to say 100 years beyond what is going to happen. Maybe co-chair Dr. Vivekanandan is more equipped to speak on this than me. I do know very little on this aspect, but what we are seeing at this point of time, really we are not able to imagine what is going to happen after 2100 or so. Our IPCC report and all, you see, initially it was told that okay, temperature increase will be there 3.5 degree or 4 degree centigrade by 2100, but now gradually they are bringing down this side, and maybe we do not know the scenario how it will be there in coming days. But we cannot live on nature all the time. We cannot say that it is only God can do anything, we cannot do anything. And that is not the strategy. We are all in the sciences, things which we are not able to imagine, which we are not able to dream few years back. People are able to do it today. So with the science developing so fast, even the country like India are talking of reaching Chandra, with the Chandrayaan mission and all we are speaking. At this point of time, probably with the knowledge what we had and the knowledge or wisdom whatever we had, and every day new knowledge we are gaining. So how do you see that our fisheries we are able to sustain? The biodiversity, even though they are under threat, we say, but still there are benefit, many areas there will be benefit all of us know, which we did not speak. We are only concerned about the issues or problem that is coming before us. But there will be benefit with the so much of tropical waters available, probably more fish will be available in many places. All those things are fine. But how do you ensure those people who are around the coastal areas, they continue to have their livelihood depending on the coastal water, the fisheries, what we say, an alternative option. Definitely I am sure all the panelists will be speaking mitigation measures. I don't say mitigation measures, but definitely resilient measures very little scope of mitigation, but definitely resilient measures is there. You have so much of scope, so much of adaptation strategy we have at this point of time. So without taking much time of yours, friends, we look forward for a wonderful session with the six speakers before us. That it is not the 6 speakers will be speaking, 6 organizations will be speaking. That is big important. It is not the individual only, they will be speaking on behalf of the, not only institute, on behalf of the sector, behalf of the country as a whole. So I am sure the knowledge they will provide you, much enriched knowledge than that individual, each one of us have. Even the morning presentation, what you would have seen, that is not my knowledge, I have done research. It is the research made by all of our institute, including Dr. Vivekanandan. Some of the work, what I showed, for example, the sardine and all, it is the group who has worked over the years. So I am sure you will have enriching deliberation, and we look forward for your again active participation in this technical session. Thank you very much. May I now invite Dr. Vivekanandan if you would like to speak anything. Your kind word. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jana, the Deputy Director General Fisheries ICAR. First of all, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to co-chair this very important session on status of Indian fisheries with respect to climate change and adaptation strategies. Dr. Jana has covered a very important points during his talk just now. Just I would like to make a mention about the importance of this session to understand the status of Indian fisheries. We all know that the IPCC in their assessment report 6 of 2021, they have categorically stated that the climate change impact is intensifying, it's becoming rapid, and also this is getting widespread. We are now likely to cross 1 degree centigrade rise in temperature from the Industrial Revolution period, and it's quite likely that we may cross this in 1 or 2 decades maximum. So if the carbon emission is getting uncontrolled, it's quite likely that we may reach 2 degrees centigrade some 30 years after that. So if we reach that 2 degree centigrade rise, it's quite possible that many of the impacts will be irreversible. Many life forms and their adaptation may become extremely difficult if we reach the point. So we have to restrict ourselves up to 1.5 degrees centigrade, maybe in 1 or 2 decades, and how we are going to do that. That is the important thing. So every sector, every family, every country will be affected, and they have to plan for restricting it to 1.5 degrees centigrade. So in doing so, how far we have reached that stage, how far each country or each individual is prepared to restrict to that level. I think that is what exactly we have to take stock of. In that context, this present session, I think that it is extremely important to know the status, where exactly this sector, Indian fisheries as well as aquaculture, stand right now. Are we in the right direction, and how far we have progressed, and what sort of adapting measures we have to do for adaptation as well as for mitigating climate change. So in this aspect, we have a galaxy of very eminent persons from 6 different organizations who are going to give the talk, and the lead talk will be presented by Dr. Ravi Shankar, Director and Vice Chancellor, ICAR Central Institute of Fisheries Education. I invite Dr. Ravi Shankar, please.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. Most respected Chair, Dr. Jana, DDG Fisheries, and my senior teacher, Dr. Vivekanandan Sahab, all other co-panelists, and all the distinguished delegates of this conference. First of all, let me thank the organizers, especially the Department of Fisheries, Government of India, and also BOBP and my friend Dr. Krishnan for inviting CIFE to be part of this. As Dr. Jana said, it is the organization which we are trying to come and share our experience. So thank you so much. And I need not go into the importance of the topic. So I would like to compliment the Department of Fisheries and the BOBP, FAO for taking such an important initiative to organize such an important event in the background of the climate change impacts. In the morning session, we have heard the minister and all other dignitaries talking at length about the implications, what are the strategies we should be, as a country, we should be adopting, especially in the background of the importance of our sector, the fisheries. We all know how globally, nationally, fisheries is so important, whether it is for the food security, whether it is for the nutritional security, whether it is for the employment, many, many things. So when we are thinking so much of impetus is given by the government of India for the development of the fisheries sector, naturally, looking at the implications of the climate change, how to mitigate them, what should be our strategy, how we should work in partnerships, how we should synergize the whole activities becomes very paramount. So in that background, this conference is definitely very, very important. Once again, thanks for the opportunity. Let me share a few thoughts on the climate resilient fisheries in BOB region. How to move? Okay. My talk will be, mostly on the outline will be, first let me talk something about the implications of climate change on fisheries and aquaculture. Then let me talk something about the R&D initiatives. I think Dr. Jana has already given an overview of what has been done in the ICR system in the morning. So let me also touch some things about that, like what initiatives have been taken in the climate change and fisheries, and what are the gaps and limitations in our knowledge and approach. We have been doing a good effort, definitely, but still we can identify some of the gaps. And once we identify the gaps, we should be looking at what should be the priority areas for the further research and development. That's what we are trying to look at. Okay, what has been the impact? We all know. So the demonstrated risk to global and local food and nutrition security in the present, as well as we are talking in the near future. That's what we are talking about. I think even just now, Dr. Vivekanandan and Dr. Jana were talking about the IPCC reports and all that, where there have been several models to show that the entire fisheries and aquaculture value chain is being vulnerable, okay, to the effect of the climate change. And fisheries and aquaculture, definitely it is contributing to the economy for so many things. At the same time, we are also contributing to the climate impact. See, climate change is also impacting the sector. At the same time, the sector is also impacting the climate. So I think we should be looking at that. And when we are talking of the implications, there are direct, whether it is we are talking about the fish physiology or the production system, or the indirectly, whether it is the changes in ecology, habitat, the ecosystem services, which are very, very complex. I think we need to understand. And there are diverse and heterogeneous impacts, across the geographies, people, in the time scale, which necessitates, a differentiated, layered, and a scalar R&D approach. We have been doing a lot of efforts, I agree, but maybe they are not enough to mitigate the climate change. So I think we should be looking at a more wider, impactful research and developmental activity in the future. And morning, I think, as I said, Dr. Jana was giving a talk about the, the ICR program, which through the NICRA, even though initially the fisheries was not really a main focus, later a small component on fisheries was taken up. My friend Dr. Das is here, he will be sharing his experience, and CMFRI Dr. Grinson is there. They will be talking at length about their experience of through NICRA. And in addition to that, I think SIBA and CAFT also will be sharing their experience. So let me not go into detail of this. And morning we also heard from the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Ministry of Environment and Forest, where they're talking about the National Action Plan on Climate Change, the Coastal Mission, we are talking of the Deep Sea Mission. So many things were discussed in the morning. So let me not go into this. And what has been our insight from the ongoing research It can be in the research and also it can be in the developmental. When you are talking of research, definitely there has been a lot of understanding scientifically. We have developed and we have understood a lot of things. Our knowledge base has increased. But even though we have done significant initiatives and we have useful insights, but the breadth, depth and scale of programs are still limited. I think we need to expand those activities. So because if you see the considerations of the implications and the importance in the future, even though whatever limited research has been happening, I think that has to be really scaled up. As far as the development is concerned, still we are very limited and the limited focus yet on fisheries and aquaculture. Whatever knowledge we have gained in research, they may not be directly towards the production system, but the whole methodology, design, development, improvement, all that, I think it has to take a new initiative and new dimension. So that's what I think the limited scope which has been given to the fisheries and aquaculture, that needs little more strengthening. Okay? And again, when I am talking of the little more insights from the review of the ongoing initiative, even though we have the greater understanding on climate change implication, impacts, we have been talking of number of species. Even DDG was mentioning about the special work on sardines and mackerels and all that, ecological interactions, the shift in the distribution of sardine and mackerel. He was telling about the case studies. We have been understanding, and there has been a regular and long-term monitoring of the impact of species, important species like aquatic system. We have been learning. We have been improved, predictive ability. We have been understanding. We are even also doing the assessment of the creditable vulnerability, but assessment of the sensitive coastal ecosystems across, whether the Agriculture Ministry or the Environment Ministry and the Earth Sciences have been doing a lot of work on that. And also we have done some piloting of the adaptation and mitigant practices, which are, we have also developed some appropriate technologies. So what are the gaps? If you, think it as what has been done, what is required. If you look at the gap and what action is required, see, one thing is limited set of creditable and reliable data. For any, modeling you want to do in the future, we need to have a robust data. So I think we should be looking at having a robust data on that, on the vulnerability and the risk assessment, whether it is physiological, ecological, socio-economic, and the whole governance aspect. So that needs to be looked into. And again, limited awareness at the community level. Even though we are doing a lot of research activity, the lack of knowledge on specific options, maybe it is like technological, whether it is risk management, livelihood, I think these are all the areas which we need to look into more, because we have been not really going to the community level. And even though early warning systems are there, I think we need to integrate whatever knowledge we have been gaining into development of a disaster risk management. So that is still a weak link, I believe. And again, there are a lot of cross-sectoral climate change strategies and plans. We need to still, we have been focusing on very specific things. I think we need to work across the multidisciplinary approach. So we need to have some specific strategies and action. And again, we need to looking into how to mitigate the greenhouse gas emission in the sector. And whatever climate change science we are developing, that has to translate into a climate policy and climate action. I think that's what has to be our future focus. That is the gap, what we are looking at it. And again, in addition to that, see, always we are talking of resilience encompasses multiple dimensions, okay? But the R&D now, we are only focusing on ecological dimension. We need to look at largely ignored socio-economic and governance dimension, okay? And again, when we are talking of the R&D, we are yet to internalize the climate resilience as a process. We have been talking as a static process. I think we need to look at it as a dynamic process. That's what we should be looking at. And again, we see that people are all working in silos. There is an absence of multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach in the whole climate change research, both within and across institutions. I think we should be leading to a fragmented and unstable outcomes. So we need to have more multidisciplinary, more interdisciplinary approaches. And also, we need to have more collaboration. I think we are not really talking to each other. All the departments are working on its own. I think recently, many of us have come from the Agriculture Science Congress, which was held in Cochin, organized by CMFRI. There was a separate session on climate change. I think there are a lot of discussion happened on this. I think we should be looking at, the most interaction between the, very meaningful interaction, collaborative research between scientists, practitioners. When I'm talking of industry, primary producers, I think we should be looking at involving and integrating everyone. And So what are the priorities areas, right? When we are talking of benchmarking and evaluating the climate change science and action, it should be climate resilient, whether we are talking of climate smart or climate ready. In fisheries and aquaculture, we should be synergizing ecological, socio-economic and governance aspects of it. Then only it will be meaningful. So let me just share a few thoughts on what should be the future areas for research and development. I think we should initiate a national mission on climate resilience, on aquaculture and fisheries with adequate budget allocation across the ministries. This should be taken as a national initiative. It should not be specific to each ministry. And also establish national and regional networks. I think this, we had one session in Cochin some time back. There was a, I think again organized by BOBP. There was a talk about developing a regional network. I think we should be, developing such, initiatives in the future. And again, institutionalize the co-production knowledge and technology. Develop a close scientist practitioner network so that we have a, manage better resources and build the complete technology and the process development life cycle. There should be science policy linkage within the each R&D program and also the projects. I think the whole address all the dimensions of the climate resilience. Then only we will be able to make some headway. Again, regular assessment or reassessment. We may be doing some assessment, but we should be starting looking at a reassessment of potential impacts of different types of climate change patterns. We should be developing predictive species and ecosystem specific climate models. We should strengthen the vulnerability assessment, which we have been doing, but I think we should be looking at more diverse fishing systems. My friend Dr. Nainan may touch upon this in his talk. And greening the whole capture fishing and prepare a climate change and fisheries outlook atlas. I think this is what we should be looking at in the future. And again, trade-offs to balance the multiple and conflicting objectives, because we may be looking at production, we need to look at sustainability, we need to look at conservation, habitat conservation, and also at the same time as an industry, as a sector, we should be looking at other subsectors also, whether it is tourism, whether it is recreation, maritime. I think we should be looking at all these areas. There should be a trade-off between all these multiple areas which we are looking at when we are developing as a country. Establish a baseline performance of carbon footprint, and engaging fishing community and industry is very, very important when we are going to address all these important. Even morning, the Honorable Minister was specifically mentioning about looking at the fishers as such. I think we should be looking at that. And also we have a long-term plan for decarbonization of fishing and aquaculture sector, changing the risk profile in the insurance and finance sector, which I think already some work is already going on in the fisheries sector. We need to strengthen that and build and integrate a marine, spatial and geospatial planning, and so that we have a better blue economy, circular economy, so that the fisheries and aquaculture sector is going to get benefited. And again, integrate insights from the physical, biological. I think we are talking of using the big data, okay, whether it is the IT, whether you're talking of artificial intelligence to fast track the whatever initiative which I suggested in the back, some time back. So that's what I think we should be looking. And again, once we put all these in place, building capability and capacity becomes very, very important. That we should look at. And again, nurture a climate resilient community of practice, communicate the science, climate and fisheries to the large public. I think we should bring awareness to the people using digital tools, communication products and platforms. I think this is the need of the hour. Again, coming back to our fisheries system, NAS system, we have 7 research institutes. Few of them my colleagues will be presenting, and 4 specialized universities, including CAFE, which I represent. We have many agriculture universities. We have 2,000 plus experienced scientists and faculty working in specialized disciplines. And we as a country, part of the largest NERS with 20,000 plus researchers. So we have a huge pool of talent. We have huge pool of infrastructure, the facilities. I think we should take advantage of all this, and we should march ahead so that we can make our fisheries and aquaculture more climate resilient or more climate smart. So I think existing framework of India for facilitating this collaboration already there, BOBP, IGO with SAC is also working, BIMSTEC is there. And also individual ICR institutes are already working with other fisheries universities. And finally, why we need a regional collaboration? Because we have been talking, just now we concluded our G20 summit successfully. We are talking of one earth, one family, one future. In the same way, we are looking at one ecosystem, one shared marine resources and one science. So we need to have global connectedness, whether it is economical, technologically, socio-culturally, and politically. And we need to take advantage of the strength of India, that is digital technologies, okay? So that we can enable the shared science. We should have common challenges, whether we are talking of threatened resources, we are talking of climate change, and we are struggling for resilience, okay? Again, changing structure of the whole R&D. We should not be, silos are the past. Innovation, network are the future. So this is what is the, message. Thank you very much. Thank you once again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Shankar. A very close friend and a fishery expert always said, the sea unites, the land divides, but the sea unites. That's exactly the point that was made by Dr. Ravi Shankar at the very end. Thank you for a very, very interesting talk. And I agree with you that climate resilience has to be built from bottom up in every aspect. And that's why, in the field that I practiced in, integrated coastal management, integrated coastal zone management, we looked at integrating across sectors, not working in silos. That's very important. Thank you once again. Now we go into the panel discussion as such. The first panel is research advancements in building climate resilience in fisheries sector. We have 5 speakers. I request them to please keep their talk to 10 minutes each, because we are running behind schedule by about 15-20 minutes. So that we also have some time for question and answers. The first panelist will be Dr. Grinson George, Principal Scientist and Head, ICAR CMFRI. He'll speak on marine captive fisheries. Dr. Grinson George.
Respected chairs, panelists, present leaders and future leaders of climate change related works in fisheries. I thank BOBP and Ministry of Fisheries for this opportunity. Definitely, the weather is changing because there is a serious climate change impact in the country. So whether it is the RCP scenarios where the emission rates or the radiative transfer what is happening is at ideal levels at 2.5 or at higher levels at 8.5, we definitely have serious increase in temperature, and so serious increase in sea surface temperature also. So when the temperature is increasing, it is creating a serious physical characterization in the ecosystem. I hope they are putting the slides. There is a serious change in the ecosystem also. You can see there is, when the physics is changing, the chemistry is also changing, the biology is also changing. There is increasing marine heat wave incidents which are modifying the biotic and abiotic environment. We have serious issues of acidification happening in the oceanic environment, and this is impacting the ecological sensitive marine habitats or essential fish habitats. They are getting modified. So there is a definite change in the environment. Because of the change in the environment, the resource, the fishery resources what we are targeting is getting affected, and it is really affecting the resource users, the fisherfolk. We have serious threat to the essential fish habitats, whether it is mangrove ecosystem, coral reef ecosystem, seagrass ecosystem. All the ecosystems are having serious repercussions. Several speakers have been dwelling upon this. With the increase in temperature, as many of the biologists know, like there is serious increase in the load of microorganisms what are seen in the water, and this creates a lot of water associated diseases which is impacting the community also. Dr. Jana was indicating there are increased frequency of harmful algal bloom events which can generate a lot of biotoxin in the water. So it can create a lot of problem. Increased frequency of all these things along with the storm surge, when the water is coming from the reservoirs with a lot of microbial load, it can create a lot of diseases in the community also. So One Health approach is very much important in this. If the blooms are happening, the type of biotoxins they are generating, it sometimes creates a lot of fish kills, particularly in the bloom termination phase. When it comes to mariculture or the fish kills what are happening, we would like to know the fish which are dying because of the bloom, whether it is due to hypoxia or because of the toxin. If it is because of the toxin, we should not consume them. So there should be proper warning system to indicate clearly whether the blooms are creating a fish kill which is because of the biotoxin or because of the hypoxia. So we can addressed to the coastal community, they should not consume. If it's because of hypoxia or if it's related to the bloom related things, we can tow away the cages away from the situation also. So bringing in advisories are very important. In our institution, we are looking into ecological informatics also. Our ecological informatics division has come up with interactive maps on heat wave characteristics which is affecting the critical ecosystem. At the same time, the distribution of a lot of species, particularly the invasive species, we have M. strigata, we have done a study and we have published in ecological informatics also where these things are getting its distribution and how it's becoming invasive. At the same time, the physical factors I told, temperature is one factor, wind is another factor. With the increased events, wind is another factor. We are looking like where are the right place to the maricultural activities. So wind gust fields are also very important. Serious change in temperature because Indian Ocean is just like a pond with the Asian continent standing over and excess temperature is coming with a lag when El Nino and related events happen. When it is happening in the Pacific with a lag of 4 to 6 months, we have additional temperature being pumped up into the situation and the recruitment of most of the pelagic species get affected, particularly the dominant fish, Indian oil sardine. At the same time, as I said, the microbial population increases when there is massive invasive species coming in the low-tick water bodies. There is proliferation of mosquito also and vector-based diseases are also increasing, and in One Health concept, all these things are very important. Coming to the marine capture fisheries per se, we have serious change in the marine ecosystem structure and function. Unlike the regular food fishes we are seeing, there is proliferation of non-commercial and non-conventional. Unconventional species are coming more and more, like jellyfishes, Lagocephalus, pufferfish, Lagocephalus inermis, Odonagus niger. Now they are becoming part of the commercial fishery in the country. We have structured community which are trying to look upon the jellyfish blooms also. Coming to an example, this is the jellyfish landing which occurred in 2022-23. India is now becoming a top ranker in the jellyfish export also. Now jellyfish is coming as one of the major exporters also. It's having a lot of market potential. So we are looking into the biomass production in closed system. When there is a change in the structure, we have to change and adapt accordingly. So we are looking like if this is going to be a very potential species. So now there is a scope for jellyfish also. Jellyfish in general is hampering the fishery. When it is coming there, when there is a jellyfish bloom happening in a particular location and fishing is happening there, it is going to affect the fishing process. But if this can be harvested properly and utilized, this can be an opportunity also. When we are giving statutory warning for cyclones, we don't remember that our fishermen are having a subsistence fishery where they thrive on their daily livelihood when they go into the sea. So the number of days they are getting for going to the sea is coming less and less. At the same time, being a subsistence fishery in the country, we have less carbon dioxide footprint generated from marine fisheries. We really want to know what is the vulnerability of the coastal districts in the country. So we have identified the major hazards, whether it is cyclone, flood, shoreline change, heat wave, SLR. We have generated the index and based on the variables available from different secondary sources, we have come up with a adaptation plan for the coastal districts. The cyclone proneness index clearly indicate that the fishermen in the country are having less days to fish. Not even half of the days available are ready for fishing now. So they lose their working days for fishing. When it comes to flood, the flood really affects the coastal cities. We are aware like when there is a serious intensified rain happening in the coastal cities, the cities becomes totally off. And this is really affecting the daily livelihood of the fishermen also, and there is an epidemic outbreak of diseases happening among the coastal community when floods happen. Shoreline is changing. There is an interesting incident of a harbor being constructed, fishing harbor being constructed in a location, and just because of the shoreline change, after the inauguration, the harbor has to be abandoned. So shoreline changes, the geomorphological changes are going to be very critical. Marine heat waves are seriously impacting the environment, and all the critical habitats face the fury. At the same time, the population who are going into the fishing in general is a profession which is having a lot of issues, but at the same time, the marine heat wave is adding to the lethality of it. Now with the increasing sea level rise, they face a lot of problems in the coastal environment. The septic tank getting mixed with the drinking water sources. We have acute diarrheal diseases happening in the area. So we have come up with the vulnerability map, which places in the country and which coastal districts are having the issues. Now this has to be transferred into a national action plan where proper decisions can be taken so that such issues can be addressed at the proper juncture. At the same time, when it comes to the resources, we should be rightly choosing the resources. This is one effort CMFR I made when a particular resource is happening, we should choose wisely. In the dining table also we can bring that. This is a initiative taken by ITC and Hyatt hotels where we are putting which are the resources which can go into the table. If you are choosing a particular resource which is having some issue on its abundance, we should avoid that. It is going to be luxurious. We should pay more for that. At the same time, there are some unexplored resources like the deep sea resources which are available in plenty, which are not harvested but still have good potential in terms of quantity and in terms of value also. And there are scope for fisheries in areas beyond national jurisdiction also, the different types of species, but we are still into the processing part of it. Probably CFT will be able to do it, and we have a stake on those resources also, and this can be a future thing. In general, the way forward for next 5 years, the first one is on the harvest of unconventional and untapped deep sea resources, which I was indicating. We have to really look into the impact of extreme climatic events. We do have a framework based on the global frameworks existing, but still there has to be deep involvement of the political will which has to resolve the problems. The tools Dr. Ravi Shankar was indicating, like the artificial intelligence, satellite remote sensing products, will help us in the short-term forecast or predictions of the resources so that we can manage the resources better when there is a strong interannual fluctuations because of the changes in the climate variables. At the same time, Dr. Jana was indicating in his presentation about the species distribution model where we can manage per se the locations so that the species distribution and abundance can be properly tackled. HAB, early warning system, as I was indicating, we need to know whether it is biotoxin based or hypoxia based and then have proper advisories. At the same time, we have reduced emission percentage, but still we should be looking as a country where the fishing is in smaller scale, so we have to have lesser and lesser emissions so that our targets can be met just like net zero emissions. At the same time, because of the climate and related impacts, when the community is suffering, we should have diversified coastal livelihood options as fishers loses employment due to extreme events, water-associated disease and coastal vulnerability in different forms. I thanks once again the organizers for the opportunity given. I am open for discussion also in the later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grinson George. I now request Dr. N. Muralidhar, Principal Scientist, ICAR SIBA, to speak on brackish water aquaculture.
Respected Dr. Janathan and Dr. Vivekanandan and my co-panelists and my honest gathering. So I am talking about the brackish water aquaculture sector. So, yeah. So my brief outline of presentation about brackish water aquaculture and what are the impacts of climate change on brackish water aquaculture. And whether climate resilience measures or what are the adaptations we are following or we have to follow at farmer level, technology level and policy level, and the final one is the way forward. So coming to the brackish water aquaculture in brief, here we have a basket of like finfishes and shellfish species. So like starting from the sea bass, mincefish, mullet, Indian salmon and coming to the pearl spot. So the problem here is we have trying for the breeding and technology. So we are succeeded in the breeding technology of very limited species like mincefish and sea and we are on the way to mullet also. But still we require to breed a lot of fishes which are in the basket. And coming to the shellfishes, we are before with the monoran and now we are mainly with the Venami, the important species that is SPS species. So things like brackish water aquaculture like Dr. Ravi Shankar mentioned, like fisheries and aquaculture will fulfill, like similarly the brackish water aquaculture will fulfill food security, employment, prosperity, livelihood, women empowerment, export, revenue also. And talking about the like brackish water aquaculture in terms of export, it is a multi-billion-dollar industry. You can see the like potential area we have around 1.2 million hectares in coastal area, and we are also having in inland area almost about 8 million hectares. And if you see the production I think out of the total marine food export, and frozen shrimp alone contributes to 67.4% of the total. So by volume, it is only less than 40%. And as the whole practice for aquaculture is synonymous with the shrimp aquaculture, and it is also having a negligible footprint on potable water as well as the carbon emission. So coming to the impact of climate change on practice for aquaculture, if you see at the climate change, what is happening is, like we all know that precipitation, temperature changes like seasonal variation and extreme weather events, all those things are affecting the water availability, and all these things are mainly affecting the aquaculture, and through marine fisheries, it is affecting the fisheries which are an input for practice for aquaculture, that is the fish meal or fish oil, or in terms of the blue stock for either for the shellfishes or the finfishes. So coming to like what are the seasonal variations impact on practice for aquaculture, like several studies conducted by people in coastal states of India. The major changes are like it may be high temperature or low temperature or tidal variation temperature, irregular rainfall. Rainfall irregular means it may be very high or very low, or within a short span of time it may cross like 100 mm per day also, or within a week 500 mm. So we have seen so many instances like that. And if you see the pH impact and the economic impact, one is there is a direct production loss, or other one is to cope up with the climate impact change, whatever is happening, how much we are investing more, that is cost of production. So as a whole, we are trying to invest in the direct loss 20 to 30% to 50% either in terms of the cost of production. So similarly, the other one is the extreme weather event, which is directly impacting the practice for aquaculture in terms of the storms or cyclones, or extremely heavy rainfall, or sea level rise or tidal wave. If you see as a whole, there is international ponds, and due to international ponds, there is crop loss, economic loss, and also the escape of the shrimp from the system. And sometimes there is a scope for the practice for aquaculture that more and more lands are being inundated. You can see our several studies starting from cyclone, Nihal cyclone 2004, Tane cyclone, and tsunami, of course. Tsunami is not an extreme weather event, and Krishna flood, Aida cyclone, and even the Nundu flood. You can see like the international ponds, infrastructure damage, and the escape of stock, and you can as a whole, the damage estimation as high as around more than rupees 350 crores, depending on the severity of the event or how much of the area was affected. So when we done the several states, based on the consequences and likelihood, we can see the different coastal states, like if you see on East Coast, which are the events or the disastrous and extremely negative, like cyclone and flood in East Coast, and coming to the West Coast, you can see like high temperature, tidal amplitude, or heavy rain in Gujarat. So these are all like disastrous to extremely negative. So based on these things like a vulnerability map, like a vulnerability index, starting from very low to high to very high, we can classify them into different like the common forms, like how much of area of the forming area is under very low vulnerability or high vulnerability. And we have like made a GIS map starting from different districts. And as a whole, you can see that aquaculture forms in East Coast are more vulnerable than the West Coast. And practice for aquaculture is more likely vulnerable to seasonal variation, about 20 to 40% loss, but highly vulnerable to extreme weather events when we are without implementing any adaptation measures. And these are like some of the like vulnerability to coastal resources and inundation, like sea level rise or storage areas. You can see the different districts and how much of area was inundated, and if you combine with the shoreline and also with sea level rise, how much of area inundated. But only thing One advantage that is what happened in the western of the other one in the overland, where there was a tsunami and a lot of inundation, and when all the land became flooded, there was no scope except for the black spot that was again. When coming to the adaptations at the climate resilient measures, we have to think at 3 levels. So when I'm talking about adaptations, it is also combined with the way forward also. Because some of the adaptations may not be complete and we have to think at the way forward on. So whenever we are thinking of the adaptations, we just mention about what at the form level and technology and policy level. But we have not yet commit what are the indicators. Even we have not done that. But in future, we have to do like what are the process resilient indicators. And if you have a process resilient indicator, what will be the output resilient indicator? So coming to the form level climate resilient measures, like we can see that strengthen and increase the form size and form bunch. And matter management practices is one thing, which means if you follow the matter management practices, farmers can get a good yield, and farmers will be in a position to invest that money for the climate resilience. And also like use of electricity for water pumping or irrigation instead of diesel, which not only reduces the carbon footprint, but also reduces the cost of production. And maintenance of the buffer zones to prevent the storm surges, and electric planning. Electric planning by the farmers group in association to have a common crop calendar, like increasing human restoration of the water channel, etc. But whatever farmer level climate resilient measure, definitely it has to be supported by the actions by all the stakeholders. And these are some of the examples like improved farm design by STEPA with the recirculation canal, which is helpful to prevent the escape of the stream and also generation of the ponds. And for planning of the crop calendar, we know like which of the months we are expecting the cyclone or flood. So maybe prediction sometimes maybe deviating, but still we can follow the crop calendar. Then when we are talking about the carbon footprint generation, we have done a lot of work on the emission of the GHGs, one by the direct estimation of the GHGs and also the life cycle analysis. So life cycle analysis of the shrimp aquaculture supply chain as a whole. You can see that our studies definitely shows that the shrimp aquaculture is less emitting compared to the other application production systems as well as the other fishes. So science technology resilient measures when you are talking, one is that accuracy in predictions or changes in the weather parameters, like what we have to do, like whether we have to go to the downscaling to the district or even to a lower level, and alternative species and other technologies to tolerate the unexpected geometric stresses and actual generation requirements and pumping to increase the efficiency. And in the scenario of the pristine decree, as we shown by the speaker of the October 2022 figures, at pristine decree, we have to have the alternate protein sources. But to improve the quality of alternate protein sources, then we have the solid state fermentation technology, which is the best solution at the librarians, and also the functional fields to cooperate with the temperature and salinity stress. And these are some of the like in our studies on trends in the surface weather and the coastal parameters and the implication up to like the 0.25 by 0.25 rate, taking the 40-year state of 52 coastal plains, and we can find out that which are the like parameter management, which are the locations they are significant trend and which are the locations they are having a non-significant trend. And this is like following the RCP 4.5, like 2050 and 2080, like what are the trends, like how they are changing. And this clearly shows that the trends are changing and we have to have the risk assessment for the each state separately. And this is the adaptation of species for geometric stresses For example, like we have understood like one species that resides in the Africa. We call it as the Indian white shrimp. Throughout the country and different demonstrations in the different geographical variations, we can clearly see that this particular species is very suitable for hypersaline conditions and also at different temperatures. And ICR's people have started the genetic improvement program to have a experience with the funding from the PMMS line. And the other technology, which is even the Nawal has declared as the climate resilient technology, the main advantage of this can be, even we have seen that it mitigates the global warming potential in terms of when compared to other systems, the nitrous oxide emission was less, and also the zero water exchange, it is very low water intake, and maintenance of the good water quality parameter and the less risk for the diseases, this can be directly a climate resilient technology. Then coming to the policy or institution level climate resilient measures. So what we mystery recognition of the aquaculture on par with apprehension. Like in 1990s, we have insurance, but afterwards, because of the white spot disease and others, the insurance had gone back and no company had come forward. And now that even bank loans are very low for aquaculture. So, like what we are in the State Department of Fisheries in CAA to get the license, we should work on the recognition of this thing. And STEPA initially, like our technical help, two insurance products are coming to the market, Warren Insurance, Warrington and Applicant Insurance Company. And calamity, like contingency fund. Whenever any calamity happens, the damage assessment was done by central team only for application, not for aquaculture. So it has to be recognized that aquaculture is also like an agricultural activity and damage assessment has to be done. And at the policy level, we have to help the farmers in bridging the canal and repairing the fountains, and also the strengthen the coastal systems by having the biofuels like our MSSR is doing by mangroves, and through capacity building of the farmers like climate smart BMP or climate fuel concepts. And this is as a whole, if you see the policy options, institutions and framework at different stages, like if you see the ocean and sea level line, to different impact in the source water and coming to the farm cluster and individual farm. And adaptation measures, every stakeholder has to be involved, like at the mandal level, taluk and the district and state and national level, different agencies, they have their own role in the adaptation. And lastly, way forward, no, whatever I have mentioned, like adaptation measures, will also come under the way forward. But coming to the specific way forward, like recent gaps in building the climate resilient aquaculture. One is, today we are talking about year 4, year 5, and like year 5, year 6 also coming. Even though we are going for year 5 assessment, and year 6 is already in the pipeline. So we have to like need a capacity building for institutes to go for this thing and forecast on water availability and sophisticated facilities in aquaculture. Like agriculture we have like the space facility and temperature manipulation like we don't have. And not all alternative species. We have very few, so we have to work on that and investigate the weather anomalies and changing treatment patterns, especially what are the diseases, the emergence of diseases, how they trigger in the scenario of the changing like seasonal variation. And what are the planning gaps? Planning gaps, you see, like we all talk about ecosystem approach to aquaculture, no like in different levels, but we also require climate resilient planning for aquaculture at aqua zone level. That is geospatial planning. Even not at the district level, or the geospatial level. And the farmer perception is very, very important, and the policy makers should not think like farmer perception. They have different perception. We should not be confused based on the farmer's perception, what type of adaptation capacity. And last only, we are talking about lot of mitigation practices. No, we follow the mitigation practices. Tomorrow our farmers are getting carbon credit, whether we are in a position to do the premium price to our farmers. If so, then we should do the premium price so that the farmers will be benefited. And thank you all, and thank you to Nikara, which is supporting the climate change related for the details, and I thank my colleagues, Dr. James and Laho, who are also like part of the team. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Murlidhar. I now request Dr. B.K. Das, Director, ICAR SIFRI, to speak on inland fisheries.
Esteemed chairs, Dr. Jena sir, and Dr. Vivekanandan, esteemed panelists, and we have the esteemed participants of this session. So I think you have heard a lot of the things about the climate resilience and adaptation in the marine ecosystems. I will give briefly about the inland sector. Let us think why Lord Vishnu take his first incarnation in water. Why? Let us introspect. Maybe it is a resilient systems initially in that eras, and gradually the 10 incarnations comes, and today we are seeing in the this Lord Vishnu as a different systems. So looking into that systems of the climate resilience and systems in a factors, again large marine ecosystems people are talking. Initially, even if the inland systems maybe we talk into the rivers, reservoirs, wetlands, and also coastal estuaries are also similar under threats, because if you see lot of dams and barrages, maybe the migrations, other things are getting affected to these things, which a larger extent, again they do not have to migrate to their systems, and there are some deeper pools and coming to the reservoirs, that leads to a lot of threats to the inland biodiversities. And look into the maybe the temperature change shifting in the breeding phenology. That is a major threat. I mean the Katla is an early breeder in the systems, do not find is alkalinity issues for the rearing the hatchery and other things. That led to the tremendous loss into the, when you are going to the polyculture systems in a confinement where we are more concerned whether we can have a adaptation strategy and preparedness to the some of the hatcheries to the dedicated to the early breeding with the river banks and somewhere alkalinity is a most congenial systems. Looking into the systems, we can go in a that way how we can work in the system that will help in our, and I don't want to put because everybody has talked about the things, and we will working on the mostly how to address the SDG 13 of these things, which is combat the climate change, its impact in the systems. And we have this for last NICRA projects of 10-year study we have done on the ecology and fisheries on the inland sectors and vulnerability assessments, change in the breeding phenology of the fishes, impact of extreme climate events such as the carbon sequestration, greenhouse emissions from of the wetlands, then identification of the some of the resilient species for the inland system, maybe reserve and other places, capacity buildings, and climate adaptation strategy. And looking into these things, we will see how does it impact in the different major rivers basins, maybe Ganga, Brahmaputra, Krishna, and Kaveri and Mahanadi. These are the major systems we have seen, and how the rainfall is decrease in rainfall from the different systems, increase in the temperatures also, all these things in from 0.2 to 0.47. But there are 3 decade study, if you see that is the distributions and the catch also compositions. Today if you see the economic of the Ganga river system, the middle stretch may be hardly less than 4,000 to 7,000 rupees, which is a major concern if they come to the stakeholder point of view, because catch per unit, because we have studied around 56 districts, around 4,000 fishing village for the interactions, their catch per unit effort is very less, maybe 0.7 kg to 4.5 kg, which is a major concern today in the climate systems. In the again, extension of the breeding period I told cards from 40 to 60 days. Then breeding seasons for the Torpituitera in the maybe May to October also. These is a major chances. Again, Hillside maybe is a large marine ecosystem major concern. If you see, first maturity size is very less. It is early maturity in these cases. So these are the major study that we have founded, and we have studied like all of these systems, marine everywhere, the ecological vulnerabilities and species vulnerability, reproductive vulnerability, and stakeholder-driven perceptions for the ecological approach. And this was found that even the 38 wetlands we have studied in this top and mapping of these things, and find that the floodplain wetlands are highly vulnerable to the climate change and anthropogenic stress of pollutions. Again, it is indigenous species is reducing, and which is a threat to the livelihood concern. Again, if you look into this stakeholder driven approach, we have maybe a questionnaires with a long term data with these things, and we find that both hybrid model and index based methods we have studied, and they are the high level of consciousness. It will be 92% of the stakeholders when the fishers are knowing about the climate change and the adaptations, how it is coming into the sector. Again, if you see in the 83%, mean the full the scientific background, if the 14 indicators, it is more or less means it is coming into the whatever the study we have done, and as per the stakeholder concerns, more or less they are concerned about the systems, they are changing climate change. Again, if you look into the influence of the breeding phenology, I told a lot of things, the threshold, GSI, pre-spawning, everything is happening in the inland sectors, maybe we have, and we have found out some of the climate resilient species like Mistos, Cavacius, Heterothectis bacha, Chana punctatus, Puntius, Sofer. These are some of the small indigenous species are mostly climate resilient to the systems. Again, look into the systems and the reproductive vulnerability also. I told the Indian riverside guard, which are chapra and other things also. Some minnows and carp seeds are the resilient systems to the climate change. And looking into the systems, we have the some coastal wetlands studied in, if you look into the West Bengal and Odisha, we found that there is lot of maybe recruitment is happening, loss is there, and early breedings and the migrations and breeding, everything is under the threat, and that reducing the socioeconomic status of the fishers in these things. Again, we have also with respect to some of the climate event, cyclone impact, other things has been studied, is a tremendous impact on the Sundarban bioresource spheres. And again, this I told, maybe we have the impact of extreme climate change and these things, 3 to 11% of this submergence in the aquaculture areas in response to 1 to 2 meter rise in the coastal district, and there is maybe Ganga river is driven in a different way. A lot of things are happening here. And if you see, then the tropic status change is happening also. If you see, there is a lot of maybe occurrence of algal blooms, as you told. Maybe alocasia, one of the things which is coming, filamentous algae, when is a drinking water supply has been blocking, that is a different summer months, and it's a more concern to the different systems. Again, looking to the diversity, I told maybe fish diversity may be around 22 to 54% in the different strategy, there is a declining in the conditions. Again, if you see, we have some the closed wetlands, open wetlands, carbon sequestration has been done, and we have found there is a carbon sequestration was more, and it will be negate to these things. And if you see conversation, the blue carbon offers a wide scope in the wetlands is in a larger extent to these systems. Again, if you see flood pan emissions, the flood pan wetlands, if you see low emissions was found in open wetlands is compared to the closed wetlands. Again, if you see, we have done of the rebuilding the depleted wild stock with the improving fisheries governance patterns, managing the declining in incomes by the different culture-based and other strategies, diversification, alternate livelihood activities, and then disaster preparedness to the small-scale fishers, they are living, then fishery development schemes, and adaptive management, monitoring, and your precautionary measures to this station. So these are the some mitigation strategy. For the CRE strategy, we talk the diversified and the integrated farming, ecosystem-based management approach, water resource efficiency, early warning systems. So these are the some of the mitigation adaptation strategy we put, and these are the climate species for the inland systems we have given for the and tried in the different system in the wetland and reservoir, small reservoir models also. and these are the, we found the output is good and people are adopting, the price is very high also. Again, these are the some of the stakeholder approach, we are synthesizing and getting yields in the different systems. Again, we have some of the culture based systems, we are going for the, it is pursuit to the natural farming into the different wetlands in the, under the SCSP, TSP programs, and we have taken the auto-recruitable species like Puntio Sarana model, which can be sustained in the different systems, which can magnified in the different wetland systems and reservoirs. Again, recently we have concluded a national workshop on the vulnerabilities in the climate change. If you see, we have the, these are the major recommendations as per this resources and resource persons given it, and which needs to be prioritized looking into the challenges faced by the climate change and detailed study on the carbon budgetings also, and policy documents and a database has to be prepared on this and advisory on the regional specifics. So these are the some of the recommendations that emerged in the 25th September on this workshop also. So, and with this we have this, you have to implement in the potential climate resilient strategies, resilient fish species, then extension to identify the climate adaptation strategy in wider areas, comprehensive database, that is the one thing, and inclusion of stakeholders and decision support, and climate literacy, one of the things, one important, and it is be enclosing to the research emphasis on the carbon sequestration and enhanced focus on climate resilience. So with this background, thank you all, and we required, and these are the some of the publications we brought forward during our last 10-year study on the climate change. Thank you. Thank you.
I now request Dr. George Neenan, Director, ICAR-CIFT, to speak on fishing technology.
A very good afternoon to you all. Esteemed co-chairs, Dr. Jana sir, Dr. Veganand sir, fellow panelists, and learned audience. Myself represent, as Dr. Jana sir was telling, I represent the organization ICAR Central Institute of Fisheries Technology. And coming to today's program, we work mainly on the marine fisheries sector, particularly the advancements in approach in fishing technology for building up climate resilience in fishing sector. So that will be my topic, and I'll be briefly dwelling on the technical measures, technological interventions, the design modifications, and the way forward and pointers. This will be the brief outline of my presentation here. So we work as far as our CIFT is concerned, our second mandate dwells on design and develop energy efficient fishing system for responsible fishing and sustainable management, on which the very topic also rests. And we serve in the field of fishing technology by developing various designs and techniques in fishing technology, and also to transform and develop pathways that build long-term climate resilience in the sector. So coming to the Indian fishing vessels, most of the mechanized vessels, 71% of our mechanized vessels belong to trawlers, and by trawlers means it's a highly energy consuming sector, the mechanized fishing per se, but most of the mechanized vessels, 71% belong to the trawler group. And even if you consider to keep the vessel in a constant number also, there is a technology creep. It is globally it is studied that every decade there is a 2% increase in the technology. Technology creep is there. So that you can see, we have done the study on our vessels also. There is a huge design modification as well as a modification the existing engine power. So even if you keep the vessel in the constant size, constant number, there is a huge modification in the engine capacity, power capacity as well as the designs. So that will increase effort and energy consumption more. That study has been done by CIFT also. And already speakers have mentioned about we are only consuming about 1.32 tons carbon dioxide is produce 1 ton of it, which is well below the global average. But however, the energy used by trawlers is maximum, particularly the multi-day trawlers, be it in the case of carbon emission or energy consumption per ton of fish or fuel used per kg. This all multi-day trawlers having maximum energy consumption. Then coming to the sustainability issues, we have the issue of bycatch. Globally, if you take shrimp trawl generates the maximum quantity of bycatch. Almost 55% of the bycatch is being generated by the shrimp trawls. And this is bycatch issues we are also facing in our vessels, mostly comprising of juveniles. And why it is so? Because we have a lack of mechanism to determine the location of fishing. We have the lack of mechanism to monitor the changes in the designs of vessel and fishing gear. So unwarranted effort is being put up, untargeted species are being caught by, so that also compounds the problem of this juvenile fishing. Then coming to the technical measures, what the technical measures mean? They are a broad set of rules which govern how, where and when fishermen fish, established in many countries in different forms, but they differ considerably in accordance with the regional conditions. So some of the measures are minimum landing sizes, minimum conservation sizes, specification of design, requirement of selective gears, closed areas and season, limitations on bycatch, measures that minimize the impact of fishing, in which we have adopted minimum landing sizes, conservation sizes, and also we have this closed areas and seasons in our country. Then mechanical devices, what is gear related technical measures that is adopted globally, size related devices, you know about turtle excluded device, not more, juvenile fish excluded shrimp sorting device, JFSSD. Depending on the behavior differences, we have the gear systems, short body trawls for shrimp, high opening trawls, then OBTS and cutaway trawls. We have the escape openings, square mesh, then cordon, the T90 cordons, then escape vents, big eye BRD, fish eye BRD. These are all the gear related technical measures that is accepted globally. In India, we tried this following technical devices, that is fish eye, big eye, T90 cordons, JFSSD, colored webbing, square mesh panels, square mesh and TED, that is being also implemented pan-India also, the last two points, that is which is a square mesh and turtle excluded devices. Then these are the soft bycatch reduction devices. Then this is when we implement the mesh size, how the juveniles are being excluded, because we have done a lot of work on that thing, and we can see the size difference and we get the targeted species also. These are soft big eye BRD. Bycatch, if you use the bycatch reduction devices, there is a bycatch reduction up to the 33% and the shrimp loss is only hardly 2 to 4%. This JFSSD device was developed by CFT and incidentally it was won a Smart Gear award by the FAO also. Then design modifications, we have different types of trawl net designs, cutaway top belly trawls. Then we have the short body shrimp trawl, which is a targeted shrimp trawl by which we can, there is no significant reduction in the shrimp catch, and this also enhances the fuel efficiency in the sense that it reduces the drag of the net. So then designs and interventions that can reduce the depredation and illegal catches, coming it's a shift that we recently developed, and as you're very well aware, this has become a trade issue also. One major importing country has put us on this thing that if you are not implementing your TED, we will not be able to buy your shrimps. So that has become a major non-tariff trade barrier. So we have successfully implemented TED. We are running a pan-India project sponsored by MPDA to implement TED all over India. Then we have the pinches. We are working on the pinches. We are doing the contract research program. The pinches which will detract that dolphins. And it has shown that there is a significant saving up to 40% reduction cost of webbing material that can be replaced due to dolphin attack also, and also in ring seine and pincher assisted gill net fishery. We have done the contract researches on the efficacy of the pinches. And we have done case studies also, working together with fishermen in different parts of the country, especially for the adoption of square mesh cordons and other aspects. We worked a case study in Sindhudurg district of Maharashtra, wherein we are trying to promote the square mesh cordon along with the JEF and UNDP program. And also we have done a case study in Veraval also, along with MPDA and also CMFRI in Veraval area. Then we have done a program in Park Bay, Tamil Nadu also. So these are all for the adoption purposes. We have found high rate of adoption and successful implementation. And also we have done a case study in Kollam, Kerala, different aspects. And the modifications implemented, again, V-form slotted otterboard, which significantly reduces the fuel consumption. This is also now a project sanctioned by NFDB for implementation of this otterboard all along the coast of India, which will reduce significantly the fuel consumption. That is approximately 3 liters of diesel per hour of operation. So it has a significant saving in the fuel consumption during the fishing operation. And we have shifted to multi-purpose fishing vessels. Morning, our DDG sir also was mentioning about the Sagar Harda, the multi-purpose fishing vessels, and also which is having using solar power energy for other power requirement also. We are having designs of that one. And we are also working on liquid nitrogen-based refrigeration onboard fishing systems. We have already installed one such system in our fishing vessel. This we are doing a collaborative project with the Raja Ramanna Center for Advanced Studies. They have successfully developed such sort of system for the land-based operation, where we are trying to apply on board the vessel for the seafood sector. In this context, we are also working on replacing the ammonia-based refrigerator system. We have an international project with the Norwegian Technical University, wherein CFT is working in the seafood sector to replace the existing liquid ammonia-based refrigeration system with the carbon dioxide-based refrigeration system. And again, we are working on conversion of diesel engines to LNG mode. And we have seen that there is a possibility of substitution up to 70% of substitution, but with the significant no change the power of the engine. This is also we are working on. In this context, we are working with the state of Kerala for replacing the kerosene-based OBM engines with the diesel engines. That also is a project undertaken with the Kerala State Fisheries Department. And we are also working on the forecasting of the potential fishing zone. We were working with SAC, and we were working with INCOIS also to identify the potential fishing zones, which will significantly reduce the fishing time, fuel savings, and other species-specific forecasts are also possible. Coming to the pointers or way forward, optimize the fishing effort by regulating the fishing vessel size, design, and construction. More focus should be given on energy involved in fishing and strategies for making green vessels, green system-based fishing vessels, regulating fishing gear, regulating high energy intensive fishing methods, strict implementation of spatial zones and guidelines as per MFRA. And there is a potential for using AI and big data in this sector, and also the huge voluminous volume of data accumulated should be digitized for appropriate ways and should be used them for decision-making process. And the use of systems such as ASF, HF, and VFs to track the fishing vessel. Tracking traceability is also a very important thing. So this system should be used in our operations. Then impact assessment, evaluations already, my fellow speakers have also mentioned these points. Modeling approaches, climate change adaptation strategies, adaptation of EFM strategy. These are all the pointers which we take it as a way forward. So in conclusion, I would like to say that detailed vessel class-wise analysis of energy use is required. There's a need to legalize the use of standard designs of fishing gear and craft, use of alternative fuels and renewable energy sources, use of satellite-based advisories, and the aim should be twofold. One, improving the efficiency in terms of legal catch and reducing the negative environmental impact, and thereby we target our objective of building a climate resilient fishing sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Neenan. The last presentation of this panel will be by Dr. G. Dharani on ocean technology.
A very good afternoon, friends. Namaskaram. Respected chair, co-chair, my dear colleagues on the dais, and friends and scientists and budding researchers from various institutions. I just represent the National Institute of Ocean Technology. I'll share the activities, what has been done in the National Institute of Ocean Technology towards fisheries and other technological development, and it is not very particular to only the fisheries, but also to the high-end fisheries, high-end technology which support the fisheries and blue economic of the country. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The general area of ocean science and technology, what National Institute of Ocean Technology. So National Institute of Ocean Technology is one of the technical institute under Ministry of Earth Science. It's an autonomous institute under Ministry of Earth Science and majorly works on these four areas. One is development of hardcore technology for resource enhancement and other technologies allied for societal service and niche technologies towards leads as in technology for exploration and development of infrastructures. So, to go inside the ocean technology development for resources, one of the main technology what NIOT is concentrating on development of low temperature thermal desalination plant for production of fresh water. Of course, you must be knowing fresh water is a very essential commodity for everything, including human living on the land and on the sea, and of course for useful for the fisheries and every aspects. So NIOT has come up with a very novel idea of development of an technology which gives fresh water, which is not a technology equivalent to an RO base, and this is a very much green technology which use the thermal difference of the ocean, the surface and bottom sea thermal difference, and produce energy, fresh water, and it extract very low quantity of extra water, that is somewhere 1 liter per 200 liter of water, and it's green and does not develop any a brine or any other adverse conditions. In return, it also pump a huge amount of deep ocean water which has a high content of nutrient. And this kind of technology has been already demonstrated in a number of islands. Now it is, and currently, of course, it is mostly in working conditions nearly in 6 islands in Lakshadweep in various developmental stages. So this is one of the thing, and Lakshadweep government also is in requirement of development of this kind of energy generation, freshwater generation for fisheries development, for fish processing unit and fish storing unit and certain things. And the second one is of the technology for unmanned and unmanned vehicle to survey, explore the bottom for various perspectives, particularly for science and technology purposes and climate change purposes, and of course also for resource purposes. NIOT has developed a deep unmanned submersible, and NIOT was in 4th country to put India as a 4th country to reach 6,000 meter full ocean depth. To operate in that depth, it has developed a variety and array of diving underwater equipments, which is from a shallow water ROV to a deep water ROV, which is of 6,000 meter depth, and which is capable of doing any kind of survey inside the ocean, from a shallow coast to a deep sea reef and to a deep sea systems of any specific natures. And also NIOT has acquired an autonomous full ocean depth vehicle. It is an autonomous vehicle which can map the complete ocean floor for any purpose, and the map which is shown under that, it shows the marine biodiversity in such a deep sea of 6,000 meter, it is somewhere in 3,000 odd meter in Central Indian Ocean basins. Similarly, as a part of the technological thing, NIOT is working on also on the gas hydrate developments, that is in technology towards exploration, survey and exploration of gas hydrates availability, and bring the gas hydrates for the ocean, for the energy requirement in the land. And for this, they have developed a deep sea drilling systems which goes on the seabed and sit on the seabed and can core autonomous cores of 60 to 70 meter depth of course, and bring out for studies of this gas hydrates. And there are certain technologies specifically related to the society. One of that major technologies what has been done as a routine program, and I want to have an ocean observation system and group working on ocean observations. In this, they develop and deploy huge number of coastal network buoys, that is approximately 12 Omni buoys and 3 coastal buoys and 4 tsunami buoys, and of course other 23 of Caldwell buoys, and a huge number of buoys are deployed throughout the coast, which continuously monitor the met ocean parameters, which are beamed to NIOT, and again in turn it be beamed to IMD and INCOIS for modeling purpose and the weather prediction purpose. And similarly, the buoys deployed in deep ocean in Andaman basin It's constantly keep vigil on the potential tsunami-genic origin in the coast in Andaman Sea, and these data are reflected again to INCOIS for an supercomputer modeling, and again it goes to HMOS for advice for giving an alert on if there is a tsunami event is initiated. And as a part of the coastal network, NIOT has also installed an array of HF radars which monitor the coastal waves and give predictions on the wave parameters, current and wave height. And this is on the east coast and in Andaman Nicobar, and this kind of things are going to be extended throughout the coast of the Indian coast. And as a part of the coastal monitoring, several weather parameters has been monitored, and the wave height and wave amplitude has been modeled for the entire coastal regions, and also this parameters has been given to certain specific users for identifying the potential wave parameters and wind parameters in specific locations before venturing to sea for specific applications. And similarly, as a part of the huge program, NIOT is also carrying out the nearshore bathymetry. We have bathymetry of deep water by other means of ongoing ocean-going vessels which collect continuous data, but the coastal depths we do not have, which is very strategic for us, and NIOT is developing and complete bathymetry data for the coastal zone that too somewhere 5 meter to 30 meter depth, and giving a clear bathymetric data which will be useful for development of various development purpose, including coastal structures, aquaculture, or any kind of applications that you are going to use is being developed. And similarly, coastal protections, coasts are very important in terms of our recreation and societal applications, including fisheries. And because of the changes in the sea level and changes in the geomorphology of the coast and the man intervention, number of places is going to be getting eroded or going to be accredited. I mean, accreditation is going to happen. So, number of modelings has been done for specific locations. For example, Pondicherry beach, people could have seen there was no beach at the earlier time because of construction of various breakwaters and harbors. And now with an intervention of NIOT with a pure geotechnical model and development and offshore and inshore reef, NIOT could able to develop an beach which has been restored by sand nourishment as well as by the offshore reef. Similarly for coastal erosions also for fishermen families and coastal infrastructure locations, an offshore dike has been prepared, and that has been given a successful rehabilitation of coast. From the first picture you can see how the coastal waters are eroding, and similarly how the creations happen and after that. And similarly also NIOT is involved in coastline changes and response evaluations, like wherever the breakwater changes, the river opening changes. This kind of modeling is also be done and given to states and state fisheries and state governments for mitigating the river discharge. And of course, as a part of the societal work, NIOT also screening, because NIOT has a huge number of vessels which goes for ocean monitoring. It collects huge number of samples including algae, and of course everyone knows algae are so primitive and so robust organism which really condition this environment as a living conditions. So this is a group which continuously screen of huge scale microalgae and develop very specific engineering systems for mass scale cultivation and production of microalgae biomass for various purposes, including aquaculture and for nutraceutical production. And of course, NIOT with this engineering technology also design, develop various type of cages, including floating cages, submersible spear, and geodesic cages, as well as underwater feeding systems, as well as biomass estimation systems for going ahead with an offshore cage culture. And also has tested variety of cages and fishes in collaboration with CMFRI, SIBA, as well as with RGCA support, could able to test different kind of cage systems for the growth of fishes, marine fin fishes, right from the small fingerlings to a huge fish. And of course, NIOT is capable to do complete engineering for ocean bed survey, including waves, winds, tides, currents, and resistance and seabed evaluation capability, and the design and development of reefs, which is capable of withstanding standing for a number of years, has developed designs and given specific designs to Tamil Nadu government and fisheries. And this was one of the example of the fisheries resource which has been, after 1 year of reef installation, we can see a very huge number of groupers which congregate in this reef, which is of each groupers of about 4 to 5 kg in the weight. And similarly, NIOT also do have a necessary knowledge on deep ocean moorings. And with the deep ocean mooring facility, they have developed an deep sea FADs. It's a fixed FADs. Of course, the island fishermen must be knowing searching for tuna is one of the greatest tasks in island nations, particularly in Lakshadweep and Andaman, where fisheries and tuna fishery is happening large. So there is a significant time and effort that has been wasted in search of a tuna soul. When some of the data buoys which is on off the shore of Lakshadweep, the fishermen found it was having huge congregation of tunas. So they have specifically requested for very custom designed tuna buoys floating FADs, and FAD could able to make a very simple tuna buoys without much sophistication and simple cost, and has deployed a huge number of tuna FADs in Lakshadweep as in Andaman and given to fisheries for their own deployment and monitoring and usage. And some of the niche technologies which is also developed for various other applications. The one is ocean acoustics. That means it develops variety of ocean acoustics acoustic instruments which are passive as well as active, and continuously monitor the ocean. And development of ambient noise measurement is one of the thing. It continuously monitoring the ambient noise, which is very important in terms of fisheries to study the fish breeding, fish spawning, as well as fish availability, as well as it also gives the ocean noise and the relation to the fisheries diversity also. And development of deep water ambient noise also has been developed, which is monitoring continuously the deep ocean. And of course, NIOT also doing a deployment in northern Arctic and Antarctic regions to study the ambient noise like rainfall, ice break. And of course, ocean electronics, also the division which works on development of specific engineering tools for monitoring of various parameters like deep sea autonomous underwater profiler, which automatically goes inside the sea and profile the deep sea. There is a specific floats called Argo, which has been deployed throughout the Indian Sea. Of course, we are also committed to deploy Argo float by every 1 degree by 1 degree to get the ocean profile. And this ocean buoys automatically goes inside the sea and get a profile up to 3,000 meter and again come back. And there are a variety of things like design and development of sea gliders which continuously travel from one part of the coast to other part of the coast to have the subsurface as well as surface profile, and also has adopted drone technologies for long-term monitoring as well as quick monitoring of the ocean. And of course, other systems like marine sensors, they produce an indigenous underwater sensors like sonars, acoustic sub-bottom profiles, which used to scan the sea to study the submerged objects of even 1 meter accuracy, and a variety of transducers like broadband transmitter, acoustic transmitters, and analog hydrophone arrays and digital hydrophone arrays for monitoring the ocean noise has been developed and patented, and it has been used for variety of engineering as well as fisheries related applications. And this is a fleet of National Institute of Ocean Technology, which has 4 ships. One is an Sagar Nidhi ice class vessel and a buoy tendering vessel Sagar Manjusha, and 2 coastal research vessels Sagar Anvesika and Sagar Nidhi. And as a part of the deep ocean mission, this is the detail of the ships, and that's a part of the deep ocean mission. National Institute of Ocean Technology is engaged in development of a manned full depth ocean rated manned submersible, which can go up to 6,000 meter depth with a 3-man crew in its very advanced stage of development. And of course, an ocean mining system which can mine deep sea manganese nodules from the deep ocean in 6,000 meter depth, and designed for energy and fresh water from ocean, and a model is being developed in NIOT for harvesting of the energy in off ocean as well as to create water inside in the offshore region itself. And of course, as a part of the Deep Ocean mission, NIOT is also committed to monitoring the deep sea microbial diversity to study the profile of deep sea microbial diversity inside the Indian EEZ as well as outside the Indian EEZ to address our BBNJ issues. And this is about the short work which has been done on engineering as well as the societal application inside the NIOT. Thank you. This is our center at Port Blair, Atal Center for Ocean Science and Technology. It's also working at Andaman Nicobar for fisheries and other environmental related areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dharni. I'll hand it over to the co-chairs. Can we have a 10-minute panel discussion questions?
I thank all the panelists and the lead speaker for giving an excellent presentation. We are already late, but we will open the presentations for a very brief discussion. If any one of you want to have some points to be raised or any clarification or any suggestions, you are free to do it. Maybe we will open it for about 5 minutes. Yeah, please. Please introduce yourself and very briefly you put your points. Carry on. Maybe, yeah. Maybe you can go to the next mic you try.
Hello. Hello.
So I am Chanakya. I'm a research scholar from CFE Mumbai, sir. So I just have a query, like while more and more focus is kept on food security in general and in the context of climate change, very less emphasis has been put on food safety. Like Grinson sir has mentioned about algal blooms and microbes, but nowadays we are reading more about many xenobiotics in our resources, fisheries resources or water bodies. So my question is to Dr. Jana sir. So do you feel like there is a need of national surveillance project, just like NASPAD, national surveillance on our xenobiotics, pollutants, the microbes in our resources, the Pan-Indian project?
Anyway, your question is not as per the theme, but as because you have asked something, it is not much related to the climate change and all what we have been discussing. But not that no emphasis or focus is being given on quality. All over the years of last 7.5 decades, we have been focusing on production, productivity over years. But at least last 1 decade, equal focus is being given on quality and safety aspects. For example, we have an institute like CIEFT. As much as we do work on harvest and post-harvest technology, similar emphasis is being given on quality and safety. For example, just to give an example, 2 years back, you know that there was a hue and cry everywhere about the adulteration by formalin or ammonia and all. So institute came forward, not only the CIFT, but several other institutes came forward. Within 3-4 months, they came out with the, what you call, some paper-based strip to understand what is the level of contamination or adulteration. But you are right one aspect, probably whatever necessity we have not invested much. For example, as you know that we have a surveillance program in place, disease surveillance program. We have started surveillance network on AMR, antimicrobial resistance. We have started listing, at least if not quantum, of the antimicrobials usage of antimicrobials. We are trying to have a formulation of a network project on antimicrobial use in aquaculture and otherwise. We have been trying to understand what is that drugs used in different systems of aquaculture and fisheries. When I say drugs, it does not mean only antibiotics. It can be pesticides, it can be heavy metals, it can be probiotics, prebiotics, everything, all those aspects. But I am sure the focus is getting attention, we are giving attention. All of us are now more of quality conscious. When you go to the market, for example, whether it is fish, meat or vegetable, for example, if you are going for vegetable purchase, you don't go purchase vegetable from the past shop. You have a survey, that is what you say, that surveillance we should have. Unknowingly we are doing surveillance also. If 10 shops are there, we go around 10 shops, come back, and wherever you think best, you purchase. So it is a maybe little more investment and more laboratories are coming. Several NABL accredited laboratories are there at this point of time to understand quality assessment and all. For example, CIFT, just to give again, fisheries, that's why I am giving CIFT example. It is a NABL accredited lab with more than 500 parameters we are able to assay. Similarly, several other laboratories, but Government of India, those who are there from the ministry side also, greater focus is being given for establishment of more laboratory at regional level, if not every district or every places, but at regional level also several laboratories are coming. And students like you, tomorrow you will be in the helm of the affair. I'm sure you will give equal emphasis on that. Sorry, I took more time than what you is expected. Any more question? I request you, questions should be focused on the presentation made by our sixth speaker. Instead of other questions, you can discuss with personally. If any question you have with me or co-chair, you can discuss later on. But please ask question related to the presentation made, sixth presentation. Yeah. Yes, please.
I am Dhanushan, representing NARA Sri Lanka. So my question is to Dr. Grinson. You mentioned about that we are far behind from the utilization of untapped marine fishery, especially the deep sea resources or mesopelagic resources. In Sri Lankan context also, we lacking behind this type of things, because even though we found abundance of mesopelagic resources in that 2018 we did the Dr. Frederick Nansen survey. In that survey we found so many abundance of mesopelagic fishery resources, for example Myctophidae family fishes. But my question is, in Indian point of view, do you have any preparatory things like gear modification or vessel technology improvement, in that related things? Do you have any preparatory modes?
I think Dr. Nayanan will be the right person, because gear and craft he is dealing.
No, actually we have a very big program on Myctophid sponsored by CMLRI. My colleague Dr. Madhu is also here. We have done a lot of work on that aspect, including developing specific gear design for the Myctophid resources. And that is an ongoing program. We had one with CMLRI, and still we are going for the deep sea resources. It's there. Specific gear designs are being developed by CIFT on this aspect. Not only gear design, we are also concentrating on the utilization of the resources. You know, Myctophids, everybody talks about there's a lot of Myctophid resource, but important thing is that where they stand in the value chain and what is the market for this Myctophid. So on that count also we're working, because most of the Myctophids, it is not easily consumable, because they have the problem of the wax esters and other thing. So we are working on that also, that aspects also, the utilization of Myctophids as well as developing species-specific gear designs.
Maybe it's just a little to add. We are at infant stage only. Let us admit, similar to that of Sri Lanka, we are only, Dr. George spoke about the initiation of work, only research initiation. You know all these myctopid resources, deep water resources. For example, purple black squid. It is available at 200 meter to 2000 meter depth. We are not equipped at this point for commercial exploitation. Let us confess that. But definitely we are at it. Country is looking for more investment, not only for research, but also commercial exploitation in coming days. Thank you so much. Any more question? Maybe last question. Yes, ma'am. Can anyone pass on the mic, or you can come to front? Yeah, come to front.
Good evening, sir. My name is Antaripa Saikya. I am from Garvasu. Sir, my question is to Dr. Dharani, sir, that regarding deep ocean mining. Sir, is it going to affect the ocean ecosystem towards climate resilience?
Dr. Dharani, you would like to?
Thank you, sir.
Of course, I am not a competent person to answer this, but still, it is in very preliminary stage. In international level, Ocean Seabed Authority is discussing on, in global level, IMO and other institutions working on studying and developing a baseline data on the ocean surface before ocean mining. And once any mining has been initiated, there will be a very systematic study will be done. Already NIO Goa, National Ocean Developed Technologies, doing the preliminary survey of Central Indo-Ocean Basin before the mining sites. And this will be taken very meticulously and studied, and a detailed model will be run, and once that has been cleared, only minings will be permitted, I believe.
Thank you, sir.
With this, we'll close this session. And on behalf of the organizers and on behalf of both co-chairs, we would like to profusely thank the lead speaker, Dr. Ravi Shankar, other 5 speakers, Dr. Grinsan George, Dr. Mullidhar, Dr. B.K. Das, Dr. J.H. Ninan, and Dr. Dharani for your wonderful presentation. I am sure the audience would have loved to have more questions, but already we are more than 1 hour late. So we close this session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause for all the panelists of the session. We will have a quick, short second session. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. R.S. Robin and Dr. S. Velbury to come to the dais. Yeah. Once we finish this session, we will break for tea. This session is on the preparedness of coastal communities in terms of climate resilience. Dr. R.S. Robin is Scientist C at the National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management in Chennai. I request Robin to come and speak.
Sir, good evening, respected chairs and distinguished delegates. I belong to National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, Ministry of Environment and Forest Climate Change. So our previous session, we are all discussing about how the communities, especially the coastal communities, vulnerable for the climate change. Exactly, the ministry in the phase 1 of the integrated coastal zone management program, we piloted the integrated coastal zone management in the 3 states, that is in the Gujarat, West Bengal and the Odisha states. So from that, lot of experience we gained and lot of lessons we learned, and I would like to, behalf of our National Center, I would like to share some of our learning in the previous So, okay, it is an IC system, everybody may be new to this and it is practiced globally. It is a dynamic, multidisciplinary, interactive process and it will give the sustainable management solution for the coastal zone, any coastal zone. So this is, we are discussing in the first session, it is doing a integrated manner, we are considering the all the stakeholders' vision and it is a people's plan. So any coastal community, any coastal areas, we are taking consideration from the various stakeholders and bringing their perspectives in your planning thing. So it will take care all the needs of particular area with respect to their resource management. So it covers full cyclic process like information collection, like baseline collection, data baseline, and planning of resource management and decision making system like DSS. It will be help the coastal managers and policy makers what kind of need required for that particular area and coastal management itself. And finally, the from the experience and studies, what kind of interventions and required for that particular area will be implemented, and finally we will be monitor and implementation. That required huge financial support and government policy support for that further implementing that kind of policy in particular area. So this is a integrated coastal zone management plan of 5-step process we developed in our institute. So this will give the suggested appropriate intervention for minimal impact, that natural and anthropogenic impact, and it will be a comprehensive and multi-sectoral planning. That means on coastal area it will be dependent on various sectors including fisheries, tourism, erosion, cyclonic, some natural disasters. All these things will be considered when developing the integrated plan. So in our national center, we developed the detailed methodological framework for the ICA system in the phase 1. That consists of 5-step process starting from the inception, coastal profiling, and visioning and development of objectives, and planning, zoning, and finally implementation. In inception stage, we are mainly working on the stakeholder consultation, and we are delineating the boundary and coming to the stakeholder consultation is a multi-sectoral for all the steps. Coming to coastal profiling, we are doing the preliminary data collection and baseline data collecting from the various sector. And visioning, we are doing the development of objectives and aim and what kind of objectives have to frame for that particular area. Based on that, the planning of particular zone kind of like based on land use, land cover practice, what are the activities, what is a major activities like fishing, agriculture and tourism, all this kind of activity we are analyzing, and we are coming with the activity zoning map of particular area. Then implemented, from that understanding we are come up with some kind of intervention policies, and finally we will be implemented based on the whatever our understanding, and we will consider the resource management. So this exactly this the sediment cell concept actually we developed in our ministry. It is India having the 27 sediment cell. The concept of sediment cell is nothing but the confined of any developmental activity in a particular sediment cell. The 2 sediment cell nothing but it is a area between 2 headlands. So we are thinking hypothesis that this any activity in a particular sediment cell will not affect the next sediment cells. So actually in the phase 1 of West Bengal we done ICZ program in the sediment cell of between 25 and 26. That is in the West Bengal coast, Diha and Sagar Island. So today's this is a exact profile of our study area. That is around from the border of Orissa to the West Bengal in the northern part, and it is around 60 kilometer, and mainly it is in the lower reaches of Gangetic Delta. So you can see the Sagar Island. It is one of the river Gangetic lower reaches. We have a Sagar Island. It is very vulnerable, and it is very right in the context of today's discussion, what we are discussing, the climate change impact, how vulnerable for the coastal communities. For example, that Sagar Island having severe vulnerable for both natural and anthropogenic calamities, and especially sea level rise, and we have a high groundwater salination, seawater inundation, and huge due to this livelihood loss. Lot of people are migrating, and this area is very meant for the Ilsa fish migration to the Gangetic Delta and the Gangetic dolphin also. It is very sensitive area, so we first choose the, so in today's presentation I am mainly focused on the Sagar area, Sagar Island, how it is vulnerable for the climate change. So from that baseline study, we understand that this Sagar Island is very vulnerable for coastal erosion. The connectivity is a major problem, and limited livelihood options are available. For example, it is agriculture and aquaculture, the pond culture and all, it is major livelihood opportunity. Due to various anthropogenic and other salination problem, lot of livelihood loss is already occurred. So people also migrating from this island to away, and inadequate waste management system. You might be knowing the 30 lakhs people are visiting in the Sagar Island for the Ganga Sagar Mela. That produces enormous quantity of even waste. So inadequate waste management is a major issue, and mass tourism, vulnerability of extreme event. Already I discussed frequency of the severe cyclonic events that is passing through this area is very frequent. So people are more vulnerable. And so I already discussed the stakeholder consultation is a cross-cut for each step. In the beginning, we are discussing with the people what kind of requirement people's they are looking for that area. All we are taking into the plan making time. So based on that, for Sagar Island, we made the 7 plan starting from the shoreline management, livelihood, the conservation management, pollution management, and tourism management, disaster and marine spatial planning. So this is a 7 sectoral plan we considered in the integrated ICSM, and finally all the sectoral plan we integrated into the ICSM plan. That means in an integrated way, and we done integrated coastal zone management plan for the study area. So that will be take care all the issues pertaining to different sectors, right from the shoreline, because it is an island in nature, and it having severe sea level rise problems, and lot of coast is getting eroded from the banks of Sagar Island. So each sector we are coming up with a solution, and how we have to intervene, and what is the pinpoint hotspot area where to implement what kind of activity, that also we mentioned in the plan. So these are all the zone-wise existing and proposed intervention from our study we suggested. So just I will quickly go, we given what are the existing practices it is existing, and we suggested some kind of dredging, because that will give the improvement of water flushing and pollution removal, and living, wherever the erosion is there, we've given suggestion for the nature-based solution like living shoreline and beach nourishment, wherever the high erosion area, because that dredging sediments we can use for the beach nourishment. So that's all the suggestion given in terms of shoreline management. And livelihood is already I discussed, it is a majorly agriculture and aquaculture dependent island. Because of this seawater inundation and other pollution issues, lot of agricultural livelihood is missing, and a lot of people are migrating from the area also. Because low saline agriculture also we are suggested some of the area, and because of low freshwater availability, the crop they are only able to organize only 1 crop per year. So that's also we taken into plan, and we are livelihood diversification also we suggested for the livelihood management plan. Coming to conservation management plan, lot of mud flats are there, mangroves are there, and migratory birds, even horseshoe crabs are there. So we suggested that the protection of this conservation of such ecologically sensitive areas also, what kind of interventions required in each site also we suggested in our plan. So pollution already told, because of the high tourist influx and the tourist influx, lot of sewage and solid waste generating. What are the area we required the comprehensive pollution management plan in the plan we mentioned. Coming to tourism also, lot of tourism potential is there, such kind of remote area. So this kind of opportunity, tourism potential development and all will give the alternative livelihood and support the coastal vulnerable community, because nowadays livelihood is losing from the agriculture, and fishing also getting reduced, and the hillsha landing also it is getting reduced, they are saying. So we suggested a lot of tourism potential things also suggested, and livelihood opportunity like cage culture, other farming methods also we suggested in our plan. And disaster management plan we suggested what are the area through modeling studies we came up with the flood inundation areas. That means based on the elevation we found what are the area vulnerable for the seawater inundation. So from that it will be a management tool. The planning can be take care this kind of low-lying area. The planners can take care what kind of development, and it will be a precautionary information for the planners. From all this analysis, we are finally came with the conflict synergy matrix and how each activity interacting with the other activities. So from that analysis, we can understand what kind of intervention will be suitable for that particular island. So that matrix analysis also we carried out, and then it will be all these thematic layers we overlay into GIS platform, and we found how the area of influence, because several activity will be in a particular area will leads to the conflict. So based on that, we understand what kind of conflict synergy is in that study area we analyzed. And from this all understanding, now Government of India is moving towards the marine spatial planning. Now from integrated island coastal zone management plan to we are planning moving towards the marine spatial planning and integrating both integrate ICSM and marine spatial planning combined together. We are in Government of India is trying to develop the blue economy policy for the India. So from all this understanding, like I told, the like marine spatial planning in India, now we are telling all morning discussion, we all discussing how the resource utilization. Now landward side we have all the regulation up to 12 nautical mile, we have the CRSL regulation, everything, but the strong marine spatial planning it's not there. But now various ministries we initiated the marine spatial planning and resource utilization the seaward side, like various blue economy sectors, how we can harvest, what are the areas are very potential for that such kind of thing, and fishing ground. For example, here it is, we can see the Hilsha, the ground, breeding ground. So all these things, the West Bengal coast we mapped, and around so from this you can see the product from the 9 sectors represented by 141 thematic layer from the various sectors we overlaid into a same map. It will give the holistic picture of that particular sector. So this will be easy tool for the planning and development of a particular coastal sector. So this is our final integrated island management plan which we developed for the West Bengal coast. So finally, once it is developed, all the plans we are trying to establish through the constructive institutional framework, and for that it is the final implementation, it is required further fund and fund arrangement, public-private partnership also we can take care, and implementation of plan and monitoring and evaluation of effectiveness of that suggested plans also we are continuously monitoring. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robin. May I request Dr. Velviri to speak now. She'll speak on adaptation of communities and enhancing their livelihoods.
So, good evening to all. First, I would like to thank BOBP for giving this opportunity to present the experiences of MSSR, especially on adopting communities and enhancing their livelihoods. Yeah, I start with my presentation with some introduction, because from morning onwards we heard about the fisheries potential and everything. I sleep. Yeah, I am directly commenting the things. Actually, the small scale fisheries in Indian scenario, more than 81% of the people are under the small scale fisheries. But these small scale fisheries now under threat. Actually, there are different factors affecting their livelihood. One side, the over exploitation of the fish resources, another side, the habitat degradation, then environmental pollutions. So then climate change is also added. So all these issues, threatened factors affects the livelihood of the small scale fishers in many ways. One is about their occupational uncertainty. Then the income disorganizations. There is no income level. So sometimes it increasing like anything, some other few days no income at all. then equipment damages, and sometimes it also lasts. Then relocation of their housing, especially nowadays due to increasing number of disasters, not only increasing, the intensity is also improved, so it all affects the small scale fishes. And this all created the social problems and leads to increased risk and vulnerability. So these are all we know about it. So how we are going to address it, how we are going to approach it. So for that purpose, we need a balanced approach. So this balanced approach, it should be the combination of fisheries management as well as the ecosystem, and also services to the people, those who are depends on the resources for their livelihood. So for preparedness of the communities, I would say it is a core aspect. Most of the discussion, sometimes we missed this particular topic. I thank the organizer, they have included this one as an important thing and asking us to present. So the preparedness of the community is not a one-time process. Actually, it is a integrated approach. It is not a separate one. So it should be integrated in our planning. So, and increase stakeholder participation. So why? Because, so if we are increasing the stakeholder participation, so more transparent planning and decision making happen, and while taking into the consideration of the cultural and traditional values of the people, so we protect the fishermen rights as well as the promotes the gender equality. So this all helps to increase the resilience of the fishing communities towards the climate change. Actually, MSSR approach, the empowering community is the key for a better adoption. So after tsunami, 2004 tsunami, we have started the fisheries related intervention in the coastal areas in two prolonged approaches, the rehabilitation initiatives. One is the establishment of the Fish for All Research and Training Center, which is located in Boombahar village in Nagapattinam district of Tamil Nadu. And another one is the establishment of the coastal grid of knowledge network for the knowledge empowerment of the coastal communities. So through this network and the center, we are building partnership with many stakeholders at a different level. So one is the partnership with on different aspects. One is on the capacity building of the fishers on the scientific aspects. Another thing is that demonstration of the technology. If you want to really prepare the community, they have to know the technology. Not only knowing the technology, they have to adopt the technology. When the adoption will happen, so the behavioral changes will happen, then only the adoption will come. So for that purpose, the continuous engagement of the community is important. So if we are conducting only the training program, only stakeholder considerations, you won't get any adoption and other things. So we have to involve them in the feedback and validation process, and based on the feedback and validation, we have to build our research and interventions. So actually, we have worked with many government institutions. I am going to present only, I am taking only one example. So how this community preparedness aspects really helpful for the reach of pan-India mode. Actually, in collaboration with the INCOIS, we have developed one application called Fisher Friend mobile application. So through the Fisher Friend mobile application, we have disseminated the information to the community. So the fishers use the information, they need a capacity building program. So we have conducted many capacity building program, not only the benefit of the information, even the associated training also we have conducted, like first aid, sea safety, then engine mechanism, and also bycatch reduction devices in collaboration with the CAFT and all. So for adapting things, again, the location specific very, very important. So for that purpose, the cluster approach for forecasting the location specific informations, because the conditions, the cultures, the languages are vary from region to region. So we have to adopt this cluster based approach based on their time of fishing and category of the fishermen, whether they are motorized or mechanized, and also we have to reach them on time. These are some of the IC tools we are using to disseminate the services to the community. So kind of a we are not restricted with only one technology. So whatever it works at the ground level, so we go with the technology. Even start from public address to address system to notice board and the wireless public address system and app based solutions, etc. This is the Fisher Friend mobile application. Actually, this application evolved during 2007. When we interact with the community, they have asked us to, we need information in our hand. So even during 2007, no mobile phone at all. So that time I said mobile phone just introduced, and the people having the feature phone. So at that time we have started this application. This application actually provides a bouquet of services, not only with one service. It gives a lot of services from the capture to the consumption, and also provides the landing center specific data, which is crucial for the small fishermen, and the data automated authenticated data from the invoice. It has been auto-ported from invoice directly to the applications. So far, based on the community feedback, we have released around 52 versions. So all their feedbacks integrated into the application. So now we have the full-fledged pan-India Fisher Friend mobile application. It gives a lot of information to the fishers. Informations related to livelihood enhancement, informations related to risk reduction, and informations related to early warning thing. So most of the information our knowledge provider is the invoice. Other than this information, it also gives other type of services you see, this is the potential fishing zone. So normally invoice give the potential fishing zone information. So we provide, we added some value into the information which is suit for the small scale fishermen. Not only we are giving information, we also build the feedback. So in the potential fishing zone area, what kind of fish the fishermen catch, how much quantity they catch, whether it is a juvenile or adult fish, all those things we have captured it. Then the ocean state forecast is a kind of value added information in all Indian coastal languages, like wave height, then wind speed information, then sea current, sea surface temperature. These are all the information crucial for the fishermen to take a decision whether venture into the sea or not. So in the data mode we are giving, in the text mode we are giving 3 days information. In the graphics they will map, they will get a 7 days advanced information. And then this is the not only the information, so how to they can reach the area in a safe manner. So we integrate a customized GPS features into the application so that they will reach the area in a safer way. Then my tracker facility is also there. So they can mark their fishing ground, they can also mark the danger zone in the sea, and they can also mark their traditional fishing ground. So now we have around 1,000 numbers of data of the fishermen traditional fishing ground other than the potential fishing ground informations. Then the navigating harbor locations during emergency, if there is any kind of disaster information or any kind of hazard information given by the government, so they have to navigate the nearest location. So for that purpose, the customized GPS facility in the application facilitate them to reach the nearest location for safe arrival. Then the sea safety information, all these actually here I am highlighted in the English, but all these informations are available in the local languages. Then actually not only giving the information, the associated livelihood concerns also addressed. So for example, this is in collaboration with the government of Odisha. We have developed a feature into the application, the no fishing zone alert. As you all aware that the 7 months in a year, the fishermen in Odisha, they were not unable to fishing in that area because of this important thing. So what the government of Odisha asked, and also the need from the community, is that they want to know the area when they are near into the location, they need some kind of alert mechanism. So we built the alert. We use the simple geofencing concept and created this feature. Now more than 6,000 people in Odisha on day-to-day basis using these applications to avoid from the penalty. So how it's happened actually, it is a bottom-up approach. All the features into the application is not a top-down approach. So it is evolved from the need, evolved from the demand, evolved from the community. So the situation analysis, and then based on the situation analysis, then we build the partnerships, and based on the partnership, we develop the plan and execute it. So that is one. Then another thing is that the multi-adapted, multi-pronged strategies, so not one strategy. If you want to prepare the community on the important aspect, you have to follow different approaches. For example, in this particular case, we engage with the enquiries, and also we engage the fishermen, those who are actively in the fishing villages as a master trainers. So they helped us like anything. So they are peer-to-peer learner. Then also we have deployed the field teams across the coast, and also the engagement of the relevant departments like a fisheries department, Coast Guard, Navy, and everybody is on board. Then regular training and capacity building. So all these things helped us to achieve this level. Then currently actually around 1,22,000 fishers using this application on day-to-day basis. Apart from that, the audio advisories, because we have different tools, because in fishermen the neoliterates and illiterate peoples are there. So we have to reach the entire community. So for that purpose, we have introduced a specified tools. For example, for some educated fishermen, the app kind of things worked out well. But in the case of the illiterate, neo-literate fishermen, the audio message, works well. And even for the fishermen, they don't, nowadays nobody don't have mobile phone, but even for them, if they want to know the information, even during the midnight, they can approach our helpline facility and get the informations. So all these things impacted in very major level. One is the risk reduction, and also the life and livelihood saving. Then economic benefits, they get good catch, especially in the potential fishing zone information, and they also save the diesel and time because of the safe navigation and GPS facility. And the environmental impact, one side that features in the Odisha coast, other side the potential fishing zone information promotes the pelagic fish resource harvesting. So in that way, the environmental impact, and it also reduce the carbon emission because of the reducing diesel and reduce the time. So how it works? Actually, this is the core point I have to highlight is that. So we need a site-specific and science-based and community-centered and process-oriented approach. So what is science-based? So you all aware of that, but all the activities, it should be ecological factors that can act upon within the fisheries ecosystem. And community-centric approach, so local community is our partner, and they played a dominant role in the decision-making process instead of the institution like us. Then process-oriented approach, yes, it consists of a series of steps which accommodate changes in perception, changes of the socio-economic characteristics of the people, problems, and the priorities of the stakeholders. So MSSRF is instrumental in developing and testing this approach in different ecological zones in India. Then the key learnings, so the takeaway point from our end, one is that the taking science to the society needs strong partnership that leads to win-win situation. And again, the process, the science-based, community-centered and process-oriented approach is needed for successful implementing any climate adaptive program. Then the inclusive planning of all the section of the community in decision-making process is vital for empowerment process, and concurrent attention while developing any technology or any planning, we have to concurrent attention to the livelihood concern of the people will lead to development of ownership and long-term sustainability of the program. And the final one, the community, government and NGO. So we should work together to bring success provided, and it should be in longer way. So with this note, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We thank both the panelists for this very good presentation, particularly on resilient coastal communities. We will open this for about 5 minutes for a discussion. Anybody wants to have any questions or clarifications? Please raise your hands and Yeah, please.
So my question is for Dr. Velvili. So you mentioned about the fishing ground forecasting system, like in coastal fisheries. In current situation, in our Sri Lankan context, we only focused on the high sea fishing ground forecasting. This is a good idea to focus on our fishery because if you consider our Sri Lankan fishery sector, coastal fishery conclude around 60%. So we need to consider, my question is, do you have any catch limit for the coastal fisheries, small scale fishing scales? High sea fishery, we have the catch limits, but what about your idea about the catch limit in small scale fisheries?
Yeah. Actually, regarding this potential fishing zone information you were asking, so INCOI is only developing the information. So they develop the information. We receive the information from INCOIs and disseminate through different technologies. But for the development of this, yeah. So next session, Dr. Nimit Kumar, he will present how they are developing these potential fishing zone informations. So what kind of criteria they have taken into consideration. All those things he will address in his speech.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can't see anybody raising there. Yeah, please.
So now all the central institutes and fisheries institutes are here. So I would like to record the fisherman voice here, because here now the shoreline management plans, coastal management plans are being prepared and it is yet not finalized. The fishermen stakeholders meetings have not been conducted properly and their views are not recorded, and that the traditional knowledge of fishermen will help the policy makers to plan properly and forecast the plans for the future of their livelihood. So I request the central institutes to properly map the fishing grounds, breeding grounds, as well as the fishing hamlets and the shore-based facilities, and the future impacts of the climate change, the shore on the changes, shoreline changes, and future development for the expansion of their livelihood on the land side as well as inside the coastal areas. So these activities should be properly recorded in the shoreline map. So this is my request.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. I think you have made a very valid point and a good suggestion. I would definitely request both the panelists to take a note of this, and when they plan for the future programs, I think they can take it into consideration. It's very valid because I think some of the points like the fishing ground, everything, since MSSRF is directly collecting this type of information, I think it's a good opportunity to map these areas and also share this information with other institutions and also with the other fishers. It's a good suggestion, and I think you, yeah.
So we are planning for inland fisheries as well as marine fisheries separately. So we are missing the link of the estuarine management. So an exclusive estuarine management plan will support the future of the coastal resources.
I think, ma'am, in our ICSM plan, it is a holistic approach. Both landward, estuary, all we are not in considering as a silos. So it is a holistic approach considering all the part of coast, including even seaward and landward and estuary, all we are covering. So anyway, it is well taken care. But further detailed study on estuarine dynamics, all these things will be future studies surely will take care.
I would like to tell that there should be an exclusive fisheries, estuarine fisheries management plan.
fisheries.
Because it is available in small countries like Egypt. Why can't we have? Because right from the water regulation, pollution, everything should be regulated. And there should be an exclusive management plan, fisheries management plan, which should be supported by acts and rules.
It's a good suggestion. Anyway, we will discuss and further take up.
I think as you see your watch, already we are 1 hour late. So, madam, if you agree, we can have a break for about half an hour or 20 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes would be too less, 15 minutes.
That's why 10 minutes.
Maybe by 40.
4:30.
4:40.
Let's aim for 4:30, then at least we'll start.
4:40, all are requested to assemble here in this hall 4:40 for the last session. We will have 3 presentations, so we won't take more time of yours. So please let us break. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I have a quick announcement to make. After this session, which we hope will end by 5:30, if not earlier, we have the last program for the day, which is going to be held here. This is a side event, and this is Mainstreaming Life for Fisheries Management. And that will be followed by a poster exhibition and a cultural program and gala dinner. So I just wanted all of you to be aware of this program, which starts at 6 o'clock. We now break for tea. Try to come back as quickly as possible so that we can finish the last panel discussion quickly. Thank you. Good evening. We are ready to begin the final panel discussion for today. May I request everyone to assemble. Was it Dr. Ananthan? I request the chairs, co-chairs for this session, Dr. J.K. Jena and Dr. E. Vivekanandan, to come to the dais. And for the three speakers of this session, Dr. Nimit Kumar, Project Scientist in COIS, Dr. Tune Usha, Scientist G, MOES NCCR, and Dr. P.S. Ananthan, Principal Scientist, ICAR CIFE. Dr. Tune Usha, please come to the dais. Please. The focus of this panel is development and application of technologies for climate resilience. I request the co-chairs to take over.
Incentive.
There are so many mentors.
I think we will start. Let them join. Yeah, I think we will start. Let others join. I think the first presentation is by Dr. Nimit Kumar, Ocean Information Services from INCOIS. Please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. The co-chairs and co-panelists on the dais and the dignitaries of the dais. This is something that lot of activities that we do at INCOIS. Our NARA colleagues are not here, so as promised by Velvedi in the previous presentation, I'm not going to present how we generate PFZ, so that is kind of sad news for them. But I already apologized to him and told that we are going to, talk more about the capacity development, under which one of their colleague, they participated in international training program couple of weeks back. So I hope with that NARA colleagues should not be, they should not be disappointed. So I was just telling before you came that I'm not going to present how we generate PFZ in this session. But as we talked about the capacity development, so more on that capacity development, I'll be talking tomorrow in the first presentation. Do we have slides ready? I'm just killing the time waiting for that. All right, so slides are ready, and so I'm going to present, we have a lot of activities that we do at INCOIS, and which of them are ready at disposal for the nation as well as for the Indian Ocean region, for that as a larger, for the greater good. And we have seen in the morning that we are hearing about how we need to stop working in silos, how we need to do more on the collaborative work and the kind of data that is available in the region, how do we make use of that for the better climate preparedness. So I'm going to present some of these aspects which you may find useful, and some of them are like something that you can readily start using also. So this is basically what INCOIS does. For those of you who don't know, that we take the user needs and then we try to see that where the science is already available. If the science is not already available, we make a focused research on that, and then we basically try to overcome the constraints with novel solutions, and then basically we cater to the user needs. So like Dr. Velvedi presented earlier, and I'm just building on that, it is more like bottom-up approach. So it is based on building the user needs and providing the information. So this is the kind of setup that we are in. I'm not going to read like in each of these words and line, but we are one of the institutes under Ministry of Earth Sciences, and like a weather department, we are given the operational responsibility, but for the ocean. So you can see like, the facilities and infrastructure and activities that we have. Out of that, capacity development, I'm not going to touch more now because we have time tomorrow for that. So coming to the climate part, basically we need to think about that, what are the climate variables that we need to work on. So this is the context that where the ocean information is there. Many of the parameters are considered as essential climate variables that need to be monitored, in the sustained manner, and that we do with the help of partner and collaborating agencies. And we, as a national oceanographic data center and as well as regional data center for some of the other frameworks like Argo floats, also we not only store this data in our servers, but we also make the tools available so that this data can be seamlessly utilized by all the users without writing a letter to us that, okay, please give me this data, and tearful pursuing of the same and so on. So this is how we work. These are the observation systems available in the Indian Ocean region, and you may find a lot. It is like kind of a, like a very cluttered and very houseful kind of situation, but in the real world, each point will be really apart from each other. So Indian Ocean region, we are still barely making up to the whatever minimum number of observations that we need to maintain. And different instruments obviously look at the ocean or observe the ocean in a different way. In addition to that, the instruments in the water, there are satellites in the space, so that also depends on their configuration. They monitor the ocean in a different way. And these help in a lot of different ways. So for example, in previous presentation you have seen, so I'm not going to present or talk more about that, but marine safety service, because when it comes to climate, the major worry is about the, getting caught into the adverse sea state condition, and that is the kind of alerts that fisher community require, and coastal community also equally require, because basically it will lead to the beach erosion, it will take away the safe, small boat landing space if the gentle slope of the beaches are not there. So all these aspects are also affecting to the lives and the livelihood, not only to the fishermen but also to the coastal community. And similar experience it is also there for tsunami and coastal hazard early warning monitoring services. So basically you know that we are sitting here at the place which was one of the most affected location on the Indian mainland from the 2004 tsunami. So that actually led to the the setup of the tsunami early warning system first time in the country. We did set up in record time of only 1.5 years after the disaster struck, and then since then we have averted lot of false calls where the earthquake is monitored but it is not tsunamigenic. We have averted lot of unnecessary evacuations which might lead to panic, which might lead to the loss of property, which might lead to stampede kind of situation, or evacuation itself, it is a costly affair. So it costs hundreds and thousands of dollars for each of the evacuation for even small village. So again, building to that, we have talked about what kind of threats are there for the marine environment and to the fisheries and to the fishermen community. Those are the seafarers, and we have an array of the service, and all of these are, I'm not actually going to talk of each of these map or each of these product one by one, but there are dozens of products available freely to be used. Many of them simply you go to incois.gov.in and you can start going through these is there any feedback coming? Some sound is coming, that's fine. So each of these, what I was telling is that you can make use of that by just going incois.gov.in and start just going through these animations or images, and you actually even don't require registration for many of them. So this is the kind of open data level that we are working, and that is our working principles. Coming to the ocean climate related information. So baseline information you require, and there are many climatic parameters which gives you the sea state, the condition of the ocean with reference to some benchmarks. So those we are already covering. Plus we have been hearing about deep ocean mission in few presentations since morning, and one of the important aspect of the deep ocean mission it is that development of the ocean climate advisories. So the climate advisories, for that multiple types of observations are being put to use, and that will give the conditions with context to the benchmark some benchmarks to monitor the ocean climate. Marine heat waves we have been hearing in few presentations also earlier. So we provide marine heat wave and coral bleaching alert for the Indian mainland. We don't provide it as it is for the other countries in the region, but that does not mean that we don't have capabilities, and we have been training to the many of these participants or the trainees from the neighboring countries, and that actually had given them the kind of capabilities that we have in the country itself. And when it comes to fisheries, we have been working on that aspect as well, and we worked on the kind of technologies which were never introduced in the northern Indian Ocean earlier, for example satellite telemetry, and that actually gave a lot of new insights. For example, a very valuable resource, that is yellowfin tuna, and earlier it was believed that anywhere near thermocline or above thermocline its habitat it is there, and then our study we clearly shown that it is not the case. It is actually like a corridor or the virtual tunnel, and within that it moves. So we track the movement of the tuna that we tagged, and then we understood from their behavior. So those things have also been in open domain it is published, and that anybody can work and use. We did those studies in collaboration with Fisheries Survey of India and CMFRI. And Deep Ocean Mission, this is the vision we have under Vertical 2, that Ocean Climate Change Advisory Services. So it is more like self-explanatory, and we are running much behind the time. So I'm not again going to read line by line each of these things, but that gives you the idea that when it comes to the climate preparedness of the country, where we stand and in which direction we are moving forward. So this is not possible without just working on your own within the country or within the region. So these are the frameworks thankfully under ministry that we represent ministry at lot of international forum, and that is the context that where we are able to make such advances in terms of research or in terms of observations and capacity development and so on. Thank you very much, and I think discussion will be together afterwards. So that's it.
A very good evening to all. I know the time constraint. I think we start the next program by 6 o'clock, so I plan to keep my presentation very short. So I'll stick to the topic that is given to me, coastal vulnerability and protection. Climate change we've discussed in detail. It is a reality, we cannot escape it. So extreme events are going to happen, as we see in Chennai now. So this is a picture that we made up just to show that this could be the future scenario. The famous Gateway of India, already they always issue a high wave alert, but coupled with sea level rise, the last picture could be a scenario. This is only a hypothetical. So we have no choice but be prepared. So resilience is the concept that we need to introduce in the coastal community now. So resilience means building the ability of a community to bounce back after a disaster event such as hurricanes, storms, flooding, etc. So what do we mean by coastal vulnerability? This is one topic in which we work at NCCR. It's not just demarcating all the coastal villages and districts kind of thing. We demarcate the exact area so that it can be taken up for mitigation purposes. So coastal vulnerability is the identification of resources at risk from the coastal hazards. It is a spatial concept wherein we try to identify the exact areas that are susceptible for a particular hazard. So at NCCR, we work on all these particular domains. There was a question on whether we monitor the coastal waters. So we do regular monitoring of the coastal waters. 50 locations across the entire Indian coastline is monitored at regular interval and 25 parameters are being measured. Then we have a national shoreline assessment system where the entire shoreline of India is mapped and the erosion accretion hotspots are available every 2 years. And then we have a coastal biogeographic information system. And we also work on a climate change risk information system. So data is available like this for this entire country. So the need of the hour is to provide usable information that can be used for management purposes. Now the first domain that we work is, first you need to understand what is the disaster risk. We've been talking about climate change. So the coastal hazards is going to increase, the vulnerability of the society is increasing, so the risk is also increasing. So in that case, how do we provide useful information? So at NCCR, we work on all these domains. We have worked on tsunami, coastal erosion, storm surge, oil spill, coastal pollution, flooding and climate change. I'll just enumerate a few here. For example, with respect to erosion, we have a WebGIS based system wherein we have mapped the entire Indian coastline. For now 2022 is also going on, and so the erosion accretion hotspots have been identified and it is provided to the state government for their mitigation operation. It is not just remote sensing work, lot of field data is available. So we have mapped all the infrastructure along the coast and that is also available in the form of a GIS database. So the erosion accretion hotspots have been identified, the reasons for accretion has been studied, and then we suggest it in the management plan. Similarly, for tsunami, of course, INCOIS is the lead agency, but when we started this work, 1:25,000 scale tsunami hazard maps are available for the entire country. Similarly, when you have a storm surge, the area that is affected and what is the kind of damage that has happened. So these kind of information are generated and we give it to NDMA. We study even at building level. This is the data that is provided by the Tamil Nadu government, wherein drone data was available for the entire state. So the vulnerability of buildings can also be studied, which we are also doing. So once you have all this type of data, what is the second step? So the second domain that we work on is developing mitigation strategies. It can be a digital measure like developing a decision support system or an early warning system, or an wherein we work on green or a hybrid options. Like all of us know, now to protect the coast, the various mitigation options that we have are the digital options and the green options. Just go one by one. I'll give you an example of one digital support system that we have developed. It is called as the integrated flood warning system. We have done it for 2 areas, Chennai and Mumbai. This is the architecture for the entire flood warning system. We call it iFlows. So we have iFlows for Chennai and Mumbai and it is operational. Right now we are working on Calcutta. So we will be able to tell, this is the architecture and the entire model. So 3 days in advance, based on the weather inputs that come from the NCOM model of NCMRWF, we will be able to tell you what are the areas that are likely to be flooded. So this is the data actually, and this is Mumbai. So this is the kind of rainfall distribution that you can expect ward-wise in Mumbai, and based on that we run the model, and this is the output we generate at ward level. What is the kind of inundation that you can expect? So after running the model, we do an extensive field study to see how much you can validate the data. So this process has been going on regularly, and this is now a part of the impact-based forecasting of IMD. So now the concept across the world is not just to say what the weather will be, but what it will do. So as part of impact-based forecasting, we run the model and tell at ward level what are the areas that are likely to be affected, what are the infrastructure that are likely to be affected. So this is a complete system that has been developed for 2 metropolitan cities, and now we are working for Calcutta. Now coming to the second part, so that was digital option. Now suppose we have to do a hardcore measure. So once you know there is a coastal erosion kind of thing, what is the kind of strategy we can adopt? So these we have demonstrated in various areas from Puducherry, Kadalur, Dr. Dharni already spoke on Puducherry, wherein artificial reef has brought in a beach. Similarly, a lot of other areas have been tried and tested. So this is shoreline mapping and coastal protection activities that have happened in Puducherry and Kadalur Periyakuppam. For example, this is a very successful project that was implemented in Chellanam in Kerala, wherein 10 areas have been identified which have regular inundation due to seawater. So what is the kind of protection that you can take? So we normally give a hybrid option where you will almost have a hardcore solution and a green option as well. So an MOU was signed with the Kerala government for developing technical support for coastal management strategies for 10 locations, and this project is now going on. For example, in Chellanam, tea groins and breach management has been proposed. This is actually Shar Island. Here also the same erosion problem. So we have given an option of tapered groin which is being implemented there. So these are the various grey options that are available. Coupled to this, we can also try these green options. Since there is no time, I am just rushing. So once you need to work on the green options, the first thing that you need to know is the kind of data that is available. So we have developed a coastal biogeographic information system to tell the ecosystems that would protect the coast. So that kind of information system is available. So these are the various data sets that have gone into development of that information system. And we have developed a coastal inundation risk atlas for Tamil Nadu, which will tell the areas that are protected both by the green and the grey infrastructure, so that the government need not, can save money on the coast that is already protected. So this is the future inundation against the present protection. So that kind of information is available. So we call it the biophysical vulnerability of the coast to see the kind of protection that is offered to the coast by the green option. So suppose you have a mangroves, whether the area behind that is protected. In case it is not there, how much of it will be affected, and in that case, what you should do to protect your ecosystems, kind of thing. Similarly, we have detailed mapping of the sand dunes, coastal vegetations, and things like that. And this is a project that we are doing for the state government, wherein we are trying to create bioshields to protect the coast. So this is the detailed map which shows the protection that is offered to the coast due to sand dunes, and these sand dunes are bare. So what is the kind of plantations you can suggest and things like that. So this is an ongoing project. So all that will go into a climate change and coastal hazard risk information system where a lot of data is available, and this is a WebGIS based information system. So this is what I told you, the future vulnerability against the present protection is mapped so that a lot of mitigation activities can be planned. So finally, to conclude, a community that is more informed and prepared will have greater opportunity to rebound quickly. So the idea of all the work that we do at NCCR is to develop strategies and give useful information that can be used by the decision makers to form informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tunusha. Much appreciated for your very quick presentation. Dr. Ananthan, thank you.
Good evening, all of you. I think I now have a privilege because my previous speakers finished early. So, in case if I get extended, then please tolerate. But anyway, I'll try to finish it in time. So, the presentation is about the adaptation strategies that are evidence-based, and the work that we have done in a collaborative way during the last 5 years. It's a short presentation. Yeah, so this is the kind of conceptual framework that we worked with. Morning we discussed about the National Coastal Mission. So the key activity, the assessment of coastal vulnerability, that is where we are still at, because the building resilience or the planning for development, mitigation, and all that is supposed to follow after the vulnerability assessment is done. And what so far we have discussed is that the biophysical vulnerability and also the ecological vulnerability in the morning sessions. So this is, I'm going to talk about the socioeconomic vulnerability, which is another dimension that is part of the resilience that we are talking about. So then finally the capacity building. And you can see in this schematic play that the socio-economic vulnerability is one of the major things. The physical vulnerability, ecological, socio-economic, and then together we are talking about the cumulative vulnerability, what the IPCC now defines vulnerability. So the framework initially, even in INCAI's 2015, they did that the subsequent work with the NCSSM, NCSEM, and the CIFE norm, when we started this work in 2017-18, that the exposure component was already done, that the exposure or the physical vulnerability was already done by INCAI's, and the sensitivity and adaptive capacity, these three components of the vulnerability, the sensitivity and adaptive capacity was looked at only from the ecological perspective. But we thought that the exposure, even though it is the multi-hazard vulnerability, physical or biophysical vulnerability, so we thought this sensitivity and adaptive capacity, we wanted to look from the socio-economic perspective and add on to this and then integrate so that it becomes much more comprehensive outlay. So this was an elaborate exercise. We developed what we call SEVI, that socio-economic vulnerability assessment framework, and this has about 21 indicators. The important point here is that these database is entirely based on the Census of India database. So the secondary data, so we have data at the village level on all these about 16 indicators. Remaining 4-5 indicators are from agricultural census, and and then some of them based on the groundwater survey reports and all. So sorry, yeah, sorry. I'll just highlight 2 case studies here to drive home the point that what value it adds actually. The Sindhudurg in the coastal district in the southern coastal district in Maharashtra, where we worked, the piloted this particular framework. Then the Devgad, Malvan, Vengurla, these 3 taluks. So you could see that finally when we, the 21 indicators, when we prepared the thematic layers based on this and then visually presented, you could see that the first one, the first is the sensitivity index, which is a kind of a given context which you cannot alter in a short term, like population and then some of the groundwater availability and things like that. Whereas this adaptive capacity index consists of social and economic indicators that are amenable for manipulation, like the education, even the markets, the nearest markets that are available, or hospitals that are available, and other community infrastructure that are available. So, and even the population, the growth rate at which between over a period of time. So at this, you can say 198 villages that we have done, and the third one gives the combined figures for sustainable sensitivity and adaptive capacity. So you could see that the differential, the differences and the heterogeneity that exist at the village level, which probably might get masked at the taluk or the higher level. So how it helps in the adaptive strategy development and then the subsequent interventions. This, for each village we can have a map like this, and what you see on the top right is a kind of a decision matrix for the taluk. The individual dots are the villages. You could see but whereas the bigger circle indicates on a particular village how these different indicators are placed in terms of, and the reds are the key drivers. DNT, for instance, the distance to nearest town, distance to hospital, and the economic dependency ratio, and even the household assets, which are marked in red, indicate that these values are very low for that particular village. So you have to focus on that particular indicators if at all you want to improve the adaptive capacity at the village level. So this is the kind of a decision point this particular the framework provides us. And to validate it further, then we did this in Ganjam district in Odisha coast as well for all the coastal villages. What I didn't show here is that the SEBI map was also integrated with the exposure work done by the INCOIS and the NCSEM. And then we have also prepared the cumulative vulnerability combining ecological, physical as well as the socio-economic thing. And this Ganjam also kind of validated this, and then we could see a lot of the differentiations across the villages within a district in terms of sensitivity as well as adaptive capacity, and we could identify the specific drivers that are responsible for high value or a lower adaptive capacity. Yeah, it is the same. And then we went on and then slightly modified the, because we found that 21 indicators are at bit, because it is a flexible, you can based on, you can remove or add on as per the data availability or your requirement. We also carried out over the last 3-4 years about 18 coastal districts, 18 coastal and then inland districts, some of them inland districts as well, almost across 7-8 states. And these have validated the framework and also given a lot of insights. And also there are another framework is existing called the Fisheries Livelihoods Resilience Check, which is based on the primary household survey. The limitation is that depending, one has to do a survey to generate data, and the methodologies, probably the way it is done, then might differentiate or cloud the generalization at the larger scale. So whereas the SEBI has doesn't have that limitation. So we thought that since it was for an entire coastal population, because we used the Census of India data that doesn't have a fishers population as a separate subcategory, but then we wanted, though we could identify the coastal villages, what is the vulnerability level, we specifically wanted what is the vulnerability that exists among the fishing hamlets. So we were looking at the data sets that are reliable and scalable. Then we used CMFRI, and where there were some the discrepancies, we relied on the fisheries department's data as well. And we did the 3 coastal states on the west coast and 3 coastal states on the east coast, covering almost 3,000 plus villages. And we developed, based on the available data, we constructed the marine fishers socio-economic vulnerability framework. I'll just highlight about 10 indicators that we used, but then some of the interesting findings that we found was that you could see this is all the villages mapped on this particular, the final composite index value. You could see that there are almost 100 plus villages are having a vulnerability which is above the mean level. So these indicators on these, the 10 indicators, these 6 states, you could see that there is a lot of variability across states, across villages within the state. So on most of the indicators, which means that we should be looking at, as some of the earlier panelists said, that the site-specific interventions. And I'll just highlight one instance that we could find that the East Coast villages, fishing villages are more vulnerable as compared to the West Coast fishing villages. And why? And we could see that you can see the population density. For instance, Kerala, it is quite high, but whereas in Odisha it is low, the villages. But then the fishing dependence, also there are a lot of variations. If the more dependent, naturally means more vulnerable. And the fishing assets, West Coast, you could see that the people, the fishers on an average owned a higher number of fishing assets as compared to those people on the East Coast. That was one reason why they were more vulnerable. And poverty level, we could see the villages, the kind of variation that exists even in within the state. And see the Odisha, most of the almost particularly Andhra, if you look at the population, the poverty levels were quite almost closer to 1. That is having the highest the poverty level among all the states. So this is the Gujarat is at the other end. And education, similar story. And one interesting finding in education was that even though the Kerala has among the highest and then the Gujarat among the least, but then we found that in the gender gap, just I want to highlight this, that we found that the women were better educated than men in many fishing villages. Okay, so this might be contrary to what we see in the general population, but then we did some case studies to explore it further, and we found there is in states like Tamil Nadu, in many villages, there is a preference to retain the youth, the men in the fishing, and then send the girls for higher education so that they would get better opportunities. Wherever we have found that the places which are closer to urban areas, that trend was there. And we also compared the same villages, coastal villages and the marine fishing hamlets, the earlier SEVI and MF SEVI. We could see granular differences and more detailed the vulnerability levels at the MF SEVI. So we thought probably what we presented was based on the 2010-11 data, and if we see that the time series data over the period of time, then we could also see the change over the time within the village and the district. This is even more, Madam Velvili highlighted some of the typical characteristics of the fishing communities, and which is also changing, because we have not looked at what these indicators like caste, class, or the language, gender, migration, and this urban-rural divide, and the governance levels, intergenerational aspirations. These indicators are somehow need to be captured if you want to, in fact, looking at the community level adaptation to climate change. So what we did, that we went one step ahead and then thought that we would also have to have a kind of a political economic perspective at the macro level of the fisheries development that is happening at each state level. So we have identified some of these indicators we have started looking at. Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Maharashtra we have just completed. I am not included here because still it is kind of preliminary, but then we found a lot of interesting insights which should provide a macro level context within which those vulnerability should be understood. So the key insights, as I said, that there is a distinct and diverse patterns in vulnerability, both sensitivity and adaptive capacity at state level, district level, the block level and village level, because and which validates in a sense that the need for a very the micro level assessments to find out the key drivers to plan the customized interventions. I think the remaining, there are, we got a lot of insights about the methodological framework. We found MFSEVI more useful, and then finally the going forward, as somebody discussed in the morning, that how do we integrate this socio-economic thing with the ecological systems as well as the physical vulnerability systems within this adaptation resilience framework. And that is a huge challenge not only in India, across the globe, and there are several projects going on. Probably we would be learning some interesting lessons from there. And also another point is that we should be scaling up. That SEVI framework can be done at covering all the coastal districts at one go, and also at the horizontally as well as vertically, we should be looking at the micro level as well as meso and macro level. And the another interesting thing is that even it has given some insights into how even whenever the new census, fishery census, as the minister was telling, is to be conducted, how granular the data has to be collected, on what indicators. So that also we have some inputs to share. And so the science policy engagement, yes, and then the piloting, okay, this is only the assessment, and next stage is to go and do it, implement at the policy level and also at the community level. These are all the next things. Because this is a large slide I just added, because this is something like we have a very limited data, particularly when it comes to resources, fisheries. I am talking about fisheries resources or fisheries people, or even the production. We have a very a macro level thing. But then when we go at the micro level, we don't have a data on the resource-wise catch, particularly in the inland sector at all. And the infrastructure, investment returns, no. So such data does exist for the agriculture, cropping systems or the dairy, but we do not have because we do not have any enumeration at all. This is something, a big elephant in the so-called fisheries development room, which everybody is aware, but then nobody is able to address it so far. But we are happy that the minister has highlighted it in his speech. Yes, so if you're talking about climate resilience, and these are all the people that we are looking at, they are just on the outskirts of Mumbai, but then hardly any data on them till they were recently documented. Thank you.
If you have few questions or feedback or anything to the 2-3 speakers, yes, please. Can anyone help for mic? Oh yeah, you can come back. This light is causing problem.
This is basically a suggestion to the both to this panel and the previous panels. We heard about a lot of good practices in all the presentations, and some of them are, as our member countries who are asking about them, are replicable and scalable. So if they are kindly list down a few good practices, 1 or 2 good practices from that they think that can be scalable and replicable, that will be a good output from this consultation, and that can also go to the RFB meeting as a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we have few good management practices or good aquaculture practices and all. It is time that we collate those. Yeah. Thank you very much. Any?
One question, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. This is particularly to Anandan's presentation. You said that the vulnerability and adaptability of the coastal fish community is very specific, and there are variations at the block level. If that being the case, how do policymakers decide for the mitigation measures or measures to combat such, overcome this vulnerability?
Yes, there are, at the district level or at the state level, there are certain indicators which policymakers should address, but there are the interventions are also done at different levels. Like Gram Panchayat or the block level, the governance, they should be able to address some of those indicators. So even the district level authorities can look at few villages which are having no school or no hospitals. So that kind of interventions can be done at the local level. That may not be a state level problem. So it's like that.
Sir. I think we do not have anyone. Yeah, please.
Hello. Sir, we are mainly concentrating and we are giving lectures on concentrating on livelihood, safety, security, especially that mechanized boats as far as the fishing villages are concerned. For INCA is supplying the fishing zones where most catches are available, and we are giving mobiles or GS attached things to the mechanized boat owners or maybe those who are going into the sea. But here the non-mechanized peoples, especially the traditional fishermen, they are fishing within the range of almost 88 nautical miles. But we are not taking their issues because mostly the villages that the most vulnerable people are the traditional fishermen or fishermen community, and they are only depending on the shore that are within 8 nautical miles. But they are not emitting any such of carbon emission, no. It's a nearby thing. So they are helping the industry, but they are not getting any sort of, the issues are not cleared. This may be addressed, actually. The traditional fishermen, those who are using vallam or catamaran, those people are most vulnerable and again very, very poor. So how we can address those people?
Anyway, it is not a question, rather a suggestion or input which can inquire and all others can take whatever. Okay, thank you very much. I think anyone would like to say? I think it is the input he has, additional input he has given. Thank you so much. Anyone? Difficult to see, that's why. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Great. I think we do not have any question from the audience. So on behalf of the organizers and on our behalf, we would like to thank profusely 3 speakers for wonderful presentation. Though the session was short, they have been able to do enough justice to this session. I request Dr. Vivekanandaji just to brief about the whole session, maybe in brief.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. We had a wonderful marathon session from 1:30 to 5:30 now. We had 10 plus 1 presentations, 10 panel presentations and 1 lead talk from, I think, from 10 organizations, and it ran into 4 themes, I would say: preparedness of research, preparedness of communities, preparedness of technology, preparedness for analysis of coastal vulnerability. I will put it that way. Maybe 3 or 4, you can take it. We heard a lot of initiatives are coming, a lot of new ideas, a lot of recommendations have also come through this 4-hour period. We must at the same time admit that the time was extremely short for each presenter. 10 minutes is really cruel to the presenter to make a presentation of their 10 or plus years of research. But anyway, these are something that is unavoidable. The main points, in my opinion, that have come is that, of course, the climate change impacts are becoming widespread, intense, and also it is expanding. So there is a need for wider, impactful research that is required. So what we need is a holistic type of approach. I think that is what exactly it has come in these 4 hours of presentations. What we need from research side is that the policy makers need to have implementable and robust recommendations that should be coming from the researchers for developing adaptation as well as the mitigation measures. If the importance of data came out repeatedly in every presentation until the last presentation, very effectively put forward by Dr. Anandan. And if we do not have a good data, it will lead into maladaptation. Maladaptation is worse than no adaptation. I think that we have to take into consideration. So that is a responsibility of the research institutions. Generating relevant and applicable data is extremely important. I would also like to mention here we had a lot of results that was displayed by all the speakers, and these results need to be validated in the sense not only by the peers but also by the communities. The communities like fishermen or whoever is the coastal communities, the users of this, have to validate this. Otherwise, I think we will be, as scientists, we will be running wrong when we try to put the results up front and try to develop some adaptation measures. And also the analytical part is also extremely important so that it comes out as a capsule which can be easily assimilated by the end users. I think the research in collaboration with the communities, not only for validation but also collaboration and taking into consideration their technical knowledge, their experience is extremely important. So in that respect, the role of institutions is very important to take into consideration all these aspects. One thing I would like to mention, I think tomorrow we are going to have a session on capacity building, which will be very important.
But one thing I would like to mention here is that we are missing one important aspect, that is economics of adaptation and mitigation. Financing part, I think that is one thing which we may have to deliberate maybe in other meetings. And I would also like to mention one point here is that which also was missing in the 10-11 presentation was educating the youth. Education and educating the youth, not only the students, the youth in every communities. I think that is important. More than what we are sitting here, most of us, I think most of us are maybe 25 years plus. But the 25, those between 10 and 15, below 25, and those who are going to be born, they are the ones who are going to be affected, not we. We will be having some issues, but the next generations will be affected. They should be prepared for this. They should know what is climate change and they should be prepared. So in my opinion, there should be a mechanism developed for educating the youth, building their capacity, their way of life. I think we are going to have that session. I'm leading to that. So I think that session is going to be very important. I will request all of you to put your mind maximum in educating the youth and what the youth are thinking about climate change and what they are thinking about adaptation as well as sustainability. I think that is going to have a major impact how we are going to address climate change. And I would also endorse the view of Rajdeep, who said that we have to prepare a document on the best practice. Many best practices have come out within these 4 hours. I would also go one step further and say that can we prepare a document on the preparedness for climate change itself? Having the association, collaboration of the institutions who are here as well as those who are not here, in which we can have a component on the best practices that are being followed. So where we stand now, India, maybe the region, where it stands now for adapting and mitigating climate change right now, and where do we want to proceed and how we will reach, what are the benchmarks and what are the indicators. So if we can prepare the document, it will have a roadmap for fisheries as well as for the coastal regions. I will stop here and thank you all for your very patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Vivekanandan and each one of you. Maybe last word. We have been doing wonderfully well. That we need to appreciate the work what we have been doing, not only on the research side, every aspect. The country is too big. Expectations are skyrocketing. Every day so different, it is in the logarithm page. Expectations are increasing. So meeting all expectations are difficult, but we are at it. I think organizations are geared up, have been gearing up, and all the governments, institutions, department, and ministry are joining hands. So let us be optimistic. We should be able to do justice for the climate action, whatever is envisaged globally. We are no way behind than the global pace. So let us appreciate our effort also at every level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jena and Dr. Vivekanandan, for sitting through this almost little more than 4 hours of presentations, because the 10 panelists came, spoke, sat down, but they had to sit through and listen through to all the presentations. Thank you very much. Thank you all the participants who stayed here and listened and asked questions, and I hope this session has been extremely useful and you take back a lot of information, a lot of ideas, and how we can build not only Indian communities but the communities of the neighboring countries and of the world to become resilient to climate change. Thank you very much.
Yeah, fix it. Sir?
Good evening, and we had a little extended session. So what we thought, like there will be a short session on life. So we intend to start at 6:30. So little we can stroll, and 6:30 we'll be back here, and the session will be a max for 45 minutes. Following that, we'll be having a cultural program here with the traditional artists depicting their skills, and a gala dinner, cocktail dinner will be there in the same place. So let's meet at 6:30. Thank you.